Okay, we're here to discuss the proposal for restructuring the executive committee. Is there a problem with how our club leadership is structured? Why did the committee work on it? Who was on the committee to investigate this? How did the committee arrive at the proposal? And what the proposal is and is not? And then finally, what happens next? At the IBT meeting last summer on July 24, Eric McHenry, International First VP, presented you a proposal to restructure the international officer positions and terms. After a lot of discussion, Ty appointed a special committee to research the issue and present a recommendation to the IBT at the midwinter meeting. Ty asked me to chair the special committee. I formed the special committee with club members from regions 4, 6, and 12. I invited and was grateful that they agreed to serve. It was Abe Hernandez from region 12, Barb Darian from region 4, Jen Schnettler from region 4, Johnny Hansen from region 12, Kate Coast, she's in region 6, and Michael Shelley from region 6. The special committee met 9 times to discuss this, participated in a lot of discussions and communications between the meetings. One thing we didn't cover, but has come up since, just an idea for you to ponder as we go through this, is what if we had a Europe Club representative on the expanded board if you approved the board? It was just a thought that came up later. Brad, you want to take this slide? Jim, yeah, Brad, do you want to do slide 5? Or do I need to continue? I'll be glad to if I need to.
Still seeing slide 1 on my screen.
Oh. All right, well, let me see why it's paused. Sorry. All right, so can you see screen 5 now? Slide 5?
Yes.
All right, it's not liking the screen sharing with this. If that shows up okay, I'll leave it in this format. Is that large enough for the audience to see? All right, so we're on slide 5. I apologize for not giving the other slides in order. Brad, I'll turn it over to you if you're all right. Can you hear me? Yes.
Turn up, Brad, turn up here. Speak.
Okay, so the EC structure that is being submitted for our review helps reduce the hijacking of current region officers, which has been done for many years. It attracts different talents to the board. So if a person has especially like IT or marketing or something like that, they can go on the board without having to be expected to be a president. It's accessible to a broader number of people in WBCCI, and as Jim just brought up, possibly somebody from the European unit. Hold on. All right. Okay. All right, let's do Jim, slides. Can you hear me? Yes, yeah, you came through great. Okay. So we can select officers that have the right skills at the right time by having the IBT vote on what person gets into the position. By having 2-year terms, that leaves time for people to get into what they're doing, get to the meat of their office.
and reduces that learning curve problem. It also makes it easier to run the club by having more strategic planning, special committees, and it's a proven board structure that's used throughout the country and the world by other corporations.
All right, thank you, Brad. Bill, you want to do this slide?
Dungeon.
Bill Wild, are you there? All right,
Waiting for Jim.
are you hearing me?
Jim, Brad's all set on that. Please, everybody, can you mute your phones? We're having enough technical difficulties. Jim, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
We can't hear Jim now.
I'm not muted. I hear you. Ty, I'm hearing you fine. All right, are you hearing me now, Ty?
All right, here are the clocks, guys.
Hey, Jim, you can go ahead.
All right. Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, Bill Wild, can you unmute and take this slide?
All right. This is Bill Wild, Region 3 President. The Executive Committee restructure is would consist of 10 members, the President, the Vice President, of which there'd only be one, Secretary, Treasurer, and then 5 other council members, and the immediate past President. This is an increase of 3 from our existing number of people that are on the Executive Committee. These would, all of the people that would be elected would be from elected by the membership, just as we currently do, except that they would be elected as members of the Executive Committee. And then the IBT, by simple majority, would elect from within that pool of qualified officers those individuals that would fill the president, the vice president, the treasurer, and the secretary position. There is a 1-year term minimum for election to serve as officer on the EC, which is to say, when a person first comes into the council or the committee, that they would have to have 1 year as a director before they could go to be an officer. We propose that that be waived, of course, for those individuals who would cross over from the old structure into the new structure because they have clearly already had their training time, if you will.
All right, good. Thank you, Bill.
That's it on that slide, Jim.
Very good. Okay, let me go through a couple of points real quickly. This proposal has the potential to help address several problems. Some of us are opposed to change, even with the prospect of accompanying potential improvements. We all may have ideas of what could be improved in the club, in the leadership. Some problems are harder to resolve than others. Today, we're going to emphasize the succession of leadership and the brevity of a 1-year term to accomplish the needed business for our growing club. 1-year terms are disruptive to a successful leadership team's planning and execution of strategic goals. During your first year as president, you might gain firsthand experience on the array of issues that face the office. Just when you get this all figured out and you get the issues delegated well, you're out of office. The new officers come in behind you, they go through that same cycle. Things get kicked down the road, it seems like. We've had presidents say, oh, this got kicked down the road to me. Why didn't the ones ahead of me take care of it? They may have tried to. but because of the interruption caused by a one-year term, it's difficult to get things finished in your 1 year. All right. Also, according to Don Schaefer, International Past President, and somewhat of an historian of our club, being as he's been very involved for over 55 years, a large number of our third VPs in the past 20 years have been from region officers who were kidnapped by the International NOMCOM to run for third VP instead of staying at region to finish their terms. As great as it is to move up the ladder, it hurts our organization to have your region's good leaders hijacked during their uncompleted term as region officer for your region. This cherry picking of good known candidates for international office ignores the repercussions to our club's region leadership and ignores potential impacts to the local clubs and members in those regions. A new strategy for recruiting future international officers could reduce the time that a NOMCOM shanghais a region officer to serve in international. Okay, Bill.
Okay. This is the next step. We have a subset of the IBT. We'll figure out exactly how we're going to make this work. One of the things that we want to point out was that this is a proposal. This is the proposal that came from Jim's committee. And as a member of the transition team, we were just looking at how we could make this happen. All of this is still subject to Joel's input. Okay, this is not necessarily a final document. Now, we have done a couple of transition scenarios. We talk about the timing is, at first we thought we could do this all at once. And Joanne brought to our attention the fact that we have to have a constitutional change that allows us then to go forward with bylaw changes that would let us put this in place. So this is going to be a more than a one-time thing. It actually will be a process if we go down this path. Now, going to the basic provision slide, we would have 2-year terms. There's a step up from the one that we have now. And we would, we're suggesting that also you would be eligible for a second 2-year term, but you would have a maximum of 4 years. No person can serve for more than 4 years in one position on the committee. The club members elect the directors. We talked about that a few minutes ago. And then the IBT selects from those qualified members. In other words, all those who either served a year or who have grandfathered in would then be the ones that would be eligible to become officers. Okay, our the 1-year rule we just talked about. We would waive the 1-year rule for region presidents. The region presidents have already sat on the board as a trustee and know how the operation works, so they wouldn't have to do that 1 year. We also would waive it for all of the executive officers that would be moving over. Basically, everybody who is in the current executive committee would grandfather into the new executive committee. They would have a seat at the table, although they would then be subject to the IBT doing the elections through that process. And finally, in year 1, the means of being able to implement this, the 3 new directors that would be brought in would be in there for only 1 year on that initial time. They would actually be the off-year people that would be elected, but in order to get it started, we would bring them in for 1-year terms.
Good. Thank you, Bill. Brad, you ready?
Okay, am I doing something else?
All right. So now this is Brad doing caveats, and he's also.
Is this your Jim?
It's me.
Brad.
Okay, this is Brad Briggs, Region 4 President. And on this slide, we're talking about our suggested caveats. The second committee that looked at how could we move forward if this proposal succeeds? And which I was on and Bill was on and others. And we suggested that if a region officer did not complete their term, that they'd have to be off the board for 1 year before running for the EC. Again, this is trying to discourage people from jumping out of the region officer position, which harms the regions and the club in general. We also suggest that international officer vacancies may be filled by IBT versus the president. In other words, right now, a person who comes in, third VP, starts thinking and looking around, selecting who they want to be treasurer and secretary when they become president. This is no longer in this proposal, that doesn't happen. It's done through the nominating committee. And also, directors and officers who roll off the EC due to term limits may run again after 1 year lapse also. So these are some suggested caveats that we are putting forward. Moving on to the implementation timeline. Next slide.
Coming, 1 second. There we are.
So if this does go forward, we would, a lot of things would stay the same. In August, the nominating committee would be organized. In January, the nominating committee would report out on who they are suggesting go forward. Then sometime in March, slate goes out to the membership for voting. In May, the council is elected. And prior to the international, IBT elects officers. At the international rally, officers will be installed before August. And then the first meeting in August or first meeting in the new fiscal year, officers become effective.
All right, good. Thank you.
Next slide.
Yes, sir. There you are.
So this is our current structure. You come in as a third VP, you serve 1 year, move up the chain to the second VP if you're elected, and so on. And with only 1 year, you're scrambling that 1 year trying to get things done. You're not having time to do strategic planning. Fred Keel, first vice president of Region 4, likes to say, this is going from being a cruise director to captain of the ship, steering the ship with this proposal. Being on there for at least 2 years, coming up with strategic plans and working with the rest of the committee. Thank you, Jim.
All right, thank you. Good job. Okay. Bill Wild, do you want to take this slide?
All right, and this one is a graphic illustration of the proposed restructure. Very much like we have even and odd elections for our region officers, we would also have an even and odd scheme for the election of the directors onto this board. That's 5 and 4, I believe, is the way that it splits up. It would be for 2-year terms. And with the president, the vice president, and the secretary being on the same schedule, it turns out it would be odd if we happen to implement this into 2023, the odd year. And then the treasurer and 3 of the other directors would be on the even terms. For this reason, if we were to implement this in 23, we would have a 1-year treasurer election in order to establish the cycle. And then that would follow on the even year elections. You can have a possibility of a second term. So you can see here where it would be possible that an officer could be elected into a position and after their 2 years, they've done such a wonderful job, the club is moving forward and the club, the IBT collectively decides that they want that person to stay on for another 2 years. That is possible. The maximum is 4 years in any one office. So basically, this was all to, in summary, was just to show you that we would have an even odd election scheme, just like we do for the region officers.
All right, good. Thank you.
Sure, Jim.
All right. I skipped over this earlier, but I think it's important. The group that worked on this transition plan was Barb Darian, Johnny Hanson, who both served on the special committee, and the three region presidents, Doug Hart, Brad Briggs, and Bill Wild. This is great work that these folks did, and I think we all should give them a round of applause. Thank you all. Yeah. Okay. Doug Hart has agreed to moderate the questions on this and discussion. We ask that you please, as we normally do with our IBT meetings, please first state your name, and Doug will answer or throw the question to Bill or Brad or me. Okay, thank y'all.
All right, this will take, can you hear me all?
Yeah.
Okay, this will take a little bit of discipline since I cannot really see who's in the room. So what I'd like to do is start with those in the room and then go to those who were on the Zoom call. The Zoom call, if you raise your hand, I'll see you. If you're in the room, if you could just one at a time give me your name, and then I'll try and call you in the same order that you gave me your name. Okay. Does it mean there are no questions in the room there? Okay. Online, raise your hand if you have a question. Well, I'm not seeing any hands.
Hey, Doug,
Yeah,
we do.
yeah.
Somebody in the audience.
Okay, so there's,
Yeah, that's Matt. That's Matt Hackney.
right, Matt. You're on.
This one or this one?
Matt, now we hear you.
Matt Hackney, Southeastern Camping Unit, and past Region 3 President. So I'm very intrigued and interested, and I have read with great interest this proposal. I want to just refresh some members of the organization a little on history. There was a time when the folks, and I'm looking at this time out over the region presidents, the folks on both sides of this room with their predecessors were convinced that there was a little bit too much groupthink within the executive committee. And that was some years ago. The executive committee was headed down one path, and the region presidents decided in, actually, I think it was in Light, California, to get together as a group and hold something called a region officers forum, which was the predecessor to this gathering. They were, over the next 2 or 3 years, able to change the direction of the club by voting down some of the proposals from the executive committee. In your presentation, I like most of it, but I'm concerned that we're getting additional votes to the executive committee that would suggest that you may reduce the number of votes of the executive committee and limit them to those in elected officer positions on the council only, to ensure there is a balance, and that someday, maybe not this year, maybe not 5 years from now, folks sitting on both sides of the room, folks who are really smart up front, the rises. And that's a question and comment.
Brad, do you want to take that? Or Bill? Jim?
Okay, thank you, Jim. It's annoying.
I'll be glad to take that one. I think I have the mic. Okay, so Matt raises a real good point. Yes, we did have considerable divisiveness. There's always the potential for that. Unity in any organization is a big deal. Can this proposal bind all of us on the IBT together better? Our actions and words have the power to make the change. We can't structure out cliques and divisiveness. Today's IBT discussion, instead of the past 10 years, Region Officers Forum, rather today having the entire IBT in the discussion is a really good start. Thanks, Joanne, for helping get that going. I hope that we will all work together for better unity through joint discussions, goals planning, and succession planning. The responsibility lies with you, the club's leadership. But this proposal, if you accept it, or even in a modified form, this proposal gives the means to make it happen. Thank you.
Are there any other questions in the room? I see none. Am I right? No questions? Are there any questions online? Well, if there are no further questions, then we turn it back to Ty.
You have a question?
Karen Fisher, National Third Vice President. I've obviously been involved in all the meetings where we've talked about this, where we've had the presentations. So I understand where we.
Microphone, I can't hear you.
We hear you online, Karen.
Karen Fisher, International Third Vice President. I've been involved in all the meetings that we've had and presentations we've had on this. And my one question is, we've talked a lot about caveats, we've talked about implementation timing and all that. And I don't know if this is the right place to bring up this question, but I also looked at the motions that have been presented to the IBT to take motions forward, because we do need to change the Constitution in order to make this happen. And I don't see in those motions any of the caveats that you've talked about, any of the implementation timing. And as I understand, Roberts, if these constitutional amendments get approved, it becomes immediately effective. And so we haven't allowed for, at least as I understand it, some of the things that we've talked about in order to make this work the way we think we want it to. And how are we going to address that?
Go ahead.
Who would like to take that, Bill or Brad or Jim?
Eric McHenry, International First Vice President. One of the premises or one of the structures within Roberts, as we've said, is that we cannot have a motion on bylaws items before the Constitution. I'll say differently. We can't have a motion on bylaws that is inconsistent with the current Constitution. So as Jim said, the process has to be that we look at the constitutional items, send them to the delegates, and then if those pass, then we can discuss the bylaws. And Tom Smithing can share some more on this if you like, but sort of how we run our club is in the bylaws, not the Constitution. So anything around transition, around caveats, around that stuff will be in the bylaws. There's a bunch of other things in the bylaws, for example, about how do we convene special elections if needed? How do we do other things in terms of running this thing? So the plan is that if this board approves it, it will go to the delegates for their vote in the spring. If that gets passed, as Karen said, that will become our constitutional structure. Immediately after that, at the second meeting in Maine, at the second IBT meeting, we'll at that point be operating under the new Constitution. And that's when it's recommended that we address the corresponding bylaws that put in place the transition, the voting, and things like that. That's the timeline that we are constrained to follow because of the way our Robert structures our club. That's why it's not in there. Long way of saying it would come in if passed after the second IBT in May.
Go ahead.
Okay, Karen Fisher, International Third Vice President. Another question I have is there are currently two motions that are going to IBT to take two separate motions regarding constitutional changes to the delegates. However, as I see it, you can't pass one motion without passing the other. And so I'm questioning, why is it two separate motions? And I know it makes it big and complicated, but I really believe and would like to suggest that those two motions be combined and we take one change to the delegates that would implement the whole thing, just to make sure that they don't pass one and not the other.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I think that's a great idea. I think I can work with our CBO chair, Tom Smithson, to combine those two motions into one packet. And we can do that before our IBT meeting tomorrow, Thursday.
Are there any other questions?
Turn your mic on or off. Okay.
I can't see everybody, so I assume there are no more questions, or am I incorrect?
Any more questions for the board?
We have an attendee online.
We have an attendee online for you.
Barb, can you promote Joe Polinsky to speak?
Joe
please?
Paplinsky has his hand up.
Hi,
Yeah,
this is Joe. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Joe Peplinski, Southeastern Michigan Unit Club Historian. I provided some feedback on the actual motions that came out. Is that going to be discussed during this meeting? There were, I thought, a number of technical issues that I thought needed to be resolved. Is that part of the intent to cover that during this meeting?
Can you repeat that, Joe?
Yeah, I saw the motions when the agenda came out, and I provided some feedback on what I thought were technical issues, one of which was already addressed, and that's that what happens if one motion gets passed and the other one doesn't. But I think there were some conflicts on the election or the filling of vacancies and officers, and some question about how these 5 executive council or committee members were differentiated and who could serve in positions. Anyway, I provided the feedback to Constitution Bylaws and to Eric McHenry, the originator. So not everybody on the committee has seen it. I was kind of brought to believe that this meeting would be discussing the motions, not just the concept. Is that true?
Yeah.
yes, we're getting there.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
we're
you.
going to be going through the motions, but one of the things was that when we asked for comments was through the comment section. So none of us have seen your feedback. So
We'll get those out too.
I don't have them.
You don't have them.
He sent them to, it sounded like
You got them?
Tom and
Right here.
Eric.
And me and Brad.
Okay,
So-
but we all don't have them, so we need to get those done up for us.
And I was under the impression that perhaps there would be some changes to the motion.
Yeah,
from
so,
Eric.
yeah, we're gonna
That's why.
talk through the motions. But yeah, all comments need to go through the comment section, so everybody.
Can I see that? I don't have it in front of me.
Please assure Joe that they're not going to be ignored.
So those aren't going to be ignored. We're just going to have to get them out to everybody because they have to come through the comment section, and only few people have seen those where you sent them to.
Can I have a comment?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Joe, I apologize. So one of the things that we have been doing is, and we being Tom and me, to some extent Joanne, we actually have an updated amendment, an updated motion, and that will be presented on Thursday. And as you mentioned, we already covered one here. The second one has already been covered in the motion I'll be presenting, the updated motion I'll be presenting on Thursday. And the reason we're doing it this way is that we got a lot of information and discussion, of which Joe, yours is one. And so we wanted to take the opportunity at this discussion to adjust the motions before they're finally presented formally on Thursday. So yes, both of those have been draft in front of me. And once we finish this discussion, we'll be incorporating anything that comes from this meeting into the final motion that actually goes out for approval on Thursday.
Joe, with the stuff going through the communication network that we need to use, we only have a few people with this, so we got to get this out, and we can't be talking about without everybody having the information in front of them. Okay? Yes, Karen.
Karen Fisher, International Third Vice President. If you've already incorporated these changes into the motion, but I'm assuming it's not in the packet we've already had that we've got in front of us. Can you at least talk us through what those changes are so that we can understand them and discuss them?
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good. Can we see if there's any other comments before we?
Go ahead and do these in row so we're not forgetting them.
Okay. Let me bring it up on my iPad. 1 second.
Is there any other questions in the crowd out here? Do you have anybody else online, Lori?
Okay, so we're gonna have to kind of do this manually, and I apologize. So in the first motion, which is motion 1, and again, it's hard to you guys to find this. In the motion section, it says that I move that the international, this is the new language, the International Board of Trustees submit to WBCCI membership the following constitutional amendment. Move that WBCCI Constitutional Article 7, officer election, be deleted and a new Article 8, international officers be inserted. So we changed that wording to international officers.
7 or 8? You said 7 one time and 8 another.
I'm sorry, can't count it in 7. The other change in that document was in Exhibit 2, Article 8, Section 3. In the last sentence in Section 3, it now reads, in the event of the death or resignation of the president or the death or resignation of the vice president or an elected officer's inability to fulfill the duties of that office, the International Board of Trustees shall elect a replacement from the executive council members. And that last 5 words, replacement from the executive council members, is one of the changes also to clarify and get that correct. The next one is in motion 2. And this is in Exhibit 2, Section 1. There's a large body of text which I can forward to you, but I'll go through it. In Section 1, it now says, the administrative body of the International Club shall be a board of trustees nominees, shall be a board of trustees, sometimes referred to as the board or IBT. Then it clarifies in Section A, the IBT is composed of 2 membership components. First is the executive council, which is 10 members elected at large by the membership. Second, the 12 region president WBCCI. Section B says the IBT shall have a president, vice president, reporting secretary, the treasurer elected by the IBT from the executive council members and the past board president. In addition, the 2 non-voting trustees, chief executive officer of the Airstream Inc., or an executive officer of Airstream designated by said chief executive officer and the corporate manager of WBCCI. Again, these are not any material changes. They're consistent with what the presentation has shown so far. The last change, actually, that was the last change in 2 bylaws, the 2 constitutional amendments. So those are the 2, mainly wording, typos, omissions, change over the last couple of months.
Yes, Karen.
Karen Fisher, International Third Vice President. In that same area, Section 2, it says the board will hold quarterly meetings. Is this a constitutional amendment? Do we want to state in the Constitution how often the board should meet? I think that should be more of a procedural thing. Just my suggestion, I would suggest that the board will hold meetings as needed or periodic meetings. However, don't define how often they have to be done here. Again, we've been trying to take some of that stuff, that detailed stuff out of the Constitution and put it into the bylaws.
Okay, noted. Thank you.
Great. Go
What?
ahead with that.
Tom, are you ready for a question? Sorry about that, Tom. I thought you were listening.
Thomason, California Airstream Club, and also the Constitution and Bylaws Chair for. 2 or 3 things. Excellent suggestion, by the way, from Chairman, because part of my mantra is that the Constitution should only say who we are, not what we do or how we do it.
Excuse me, Tom, can you pick up the mic so we can hear you? We're not hearing you real well. Lift up the mic, move the mic up.
Afraid it's better.
I love the squeal, but we can hear you better.
Anyway, my mantra is that the bylaws have to tell us what we're going to do. Policy ought to tell us all. Part of Joe's question, actually, if I remember, was that we exchanged Article 8, Article 7, turned them one with the board before. The reason for that was because it makes sense the way the motion. The other thing is that many of you are very concerned about we're taking all of this stuff out. Where are the bylaws? What are the bylaws? Say as was pointed out by Eric, we cannot present to you bylaws or policy. And when we change the Constitution, one of the things that will be, I hope, in this constitutional motion will be a proviso that will actually allow for that second IBT. Second IBT, at which motions will be presented, which are now possible because we have passed the constitutional change. Those motions will have either bylaws, and they will also be policy in there, addressing some of the caveats that were mentioned earlier. Now, I will tell you that in preparation for a successful passage of the constitutional amendments, I have been designing, building a template for the bylaws change. It's about 4 pages in length. And I do have copies of it. I'd be more than willing to share it with you so that you can see the direction that this is going to go and how it will be. This is only a template because there's a lot of discussion that's going to have to take place between the passage by the delegates of these constitutional amendments and then the presentation to the IBT of the bylaw change. It's not going to have about 2 days to probably put something together or make any changes that may be necessary. However, I would like to share that with you today. It's not critical that you read it right now, but I'll give it to you. And take a look at it. And if you have questions, please contact me or Eric and say, okay, what about this? Because it's quite detailed in description of the role of the IBT and the executive council. It's quite detailed in what their responsibilities are, how things will transpire over the course of time. And it also addresses the meeting schedule, which, yes, should be taken out. Thank you very much.
And I want to add, you can cut yours for a second, Tom. I want to add, again, as a maker of the motion 2 days from now, what I had hoped to get out of this morning's discussion was a consensus from the board on which direction we're going, right? Because there's first, what are we going to do? And then how we're going to do it. And so of interest to me personally, as a maker of the motion, I'd like to get feedback on the general themes of this direction. Because if y'all are saying this isn't where we want to go, it really does not make a lot of sense to dive into the bylaws language at this point. And I haven't been able to discern sort of where everyone is on that. And once we know that and what concerns or issues people have, then that'll help us address those more than likely in the bylaws.
Brad Briggs, you're next.
Brad Briggs, Region 4 President. I just have some words that I'd like to talk about in here. So on motion number 1, which deals with Article 8, under Section 1A, I don't know, it might be the changes that you have, Eric, but rather than executive council members, we've been talking about using the word directors. Also in Section 2, it talks about special meetings may be called by the president, vice president, or 10 members of the board of trustees. I would like it to say 10 voting members.
Where's, I'm just making sure which that is in.
That's in Article 8, Section 2.
Got it. Thank you. Got it. Thank you.
And then on Article 8, Section 4, it says a quorum, the board of trustees shall consist of 11 members. Again, I think we should insert voting members. And I also suggest that 11 members would be consistent of 6 region presidents and 5 executive council members.
Can you explain? I didn't follow that.
Hold on 1 minute. Without us all having this paperwork in front of us, you only got 4 people dealing with this. We all need to have the paperwork to discuss this.
I'm going from the paperwork that was presented to us online.
Okay, that's the stuff online. That's not from.
No, it's not from-
Yeah, the changes were not material. So Brad is addressing what,
Okay, no, we're still on.
Yeah, we're on.
Eric, did you get that last one? Or?
no, say it again, please.
So in Section 4, it states that the quorum of the board of trustees shall consist of 11 members. And I'm suggesting voting should be put in front of members. So it should say 11 voting members. And I'm going to add another sentence.
Hold on a minute.
It's understood, according to Robert, it's understood that the quorum is only based on voting members.
Okay,
So you don't need to
and I
clarify.
apologize for my ignorance.
No, that's okay.
I go on to say that I think there should be a breakdown of who those 11 members ought to be. And I'm suggesting 6 region presidents and 5 executive council members.
Yep. Are you all set then?
That is all I have. Thank you.
I've got it.
I'm sorry, I just have to, I'm looking at Joanne. So the quorum, as I understand by Roberts, doesn't separate members of the board, VEC versus region presidents. So what you're asking, Brad, is that it's more than just a quorum. It's actually a specific number of people from 2 identified groups. Is that what you're proposing?
That is, yes.
Okay, then say it again, I'll write it down.
Okay. So the 11 members on the quorum would be 6 region presidents and 5 executive council members.
Just would like to share a recommendation. There has been discussion among this group that we have the EC and we have the region presidents. Trying to get away from that. We're trying to consider this all one group. So let's not say we need six region presidents and 5 EC members. You want a quorum of 11. They will be voting members because that's what the quorum is based on. And let's attempt to consider this as one cohesive group. That would be my recommendation.
Thank you, Joanne. This is on this subject? Yes, Kara.
Karen Fisher, International Third Vice President. I guess I just questioned the 11. As I understand it, the new composition of the board would be a total of 22 people. So we're saying a quorum is only half. Is that a good way to run business consistent with Roberts?
I think if you look at it, 22 people is the total number, but not all 22 are able to vote. So what you do is when you're figuring out the quorum, you count out how many members can actually vote. And then it's half plus one.
Okay.
Is your quorum.
Okay, under the new structure that's been proposed, there are 10 voting members on the executive council and 12 presidents. That's 22. So our quorum should then be 12, not 11, because half of 22 is 11, and you just said half plus one.
But don't forget, the president does not vote unless there is a tie. So he's not counted in the quorum.
He should be counted in the quorum, and he is counted as a voting member. He may not be able to vote unless there's a tie that needs to be broken, but I believe he's still considered a voting member, and you would have 22 votes on the council.
We can discuss this later.
You all said, Eric? Okay. John Holly,
Aye.
you're next.
John Holly, Region 11, Second Vice President. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. One question, actually I have a couple of things. First of all, how would the region presidents be selected to serve on the EC? That's one thing, because you have 12 and you're talking about 5 or 6 region presidents. So how are they selected? That's number one. And number two, I'm all for this change. I think it's a timely thing. It's complicated, as we're finding out. But I'm sure that Tom had many good things to say recently, just a while ago, but I couldn't hear any of it. So I'm not sure how, if this is so complicated, because the feedback where I am is really quite difficult to understand what people are talking about. I hear you, Ty, I hear you, Joanne, I heard Karen, but that mic in the front of the room, somebody has their phone on or mic on or something, which is causing the feedback. And it was very difficult to understand what is being said. So I have some questions, but I'm not quite sure how to form them, because some of the things were being said I wanted to discuss or to talk about, but I couldn't make it all out quite clearly. I'm sorry. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Okay, Chris.
Christopher Seplack, Region 5 President. All this stuff that they're talking about is that based on Joe's email or comments, or I know his wasn't, or Brad's wasn't.
No, the rest of it was on the email.
Okay, okay, because
it was a little confusing.
I would like that paper from Joe in front of me right now before we start discussing stuff. This is one of the reasons why this us and them kind of thing is happening. That should have been to us before this started.
I'm not just, oh, sorry.
Go ahead,
I'm
Mark.
not, but unfortunately, Joe went directly to the makers. We have a new process, right?
Right.
So all the comments we've already received, I emailed out to the board, so everybody has them. I did not receive that stuff from Joe.
Right,
So
okay.
we'll work with Joe on letting him,
Thank you.
educating him on making sure he sends it through the right path, so everybody has it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Someone address John's comment?
Yeah.
I'll address John's comments. And so just referring to what was distributed, not what was presented today. So I'm looking at what I'm going to present on Thursday. So in the material presented to the full board, there's a presentation called EC Restructure. It's similar to what Jim presented, but it's a little bit different for public. If you could put that one up, but what it shows on there, John, and everyone else, is that the executive committee, well, there's International Board of Trustees, which is the overarching, and of the International Board of Trustees, there are 12 region presidents. There is an international parliamentarian. There is an Airstream Inc. representative, and there is an executive committee. Executive council, I apologize, are where those 10 votes are. The executive council is international president, international vice president, board treasurer, board secretary, and then 5 executive council members and immediate past president. And so John, the region presidents remain as today as part of the IBT, but not on the executive council. Okay, and even the presentation that was shown earlier shows that. The region presidents are part of the IBT. The executive council is what we're considering restructuring. We're not considering restructuring anything around the region president's part of the IBT.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, my next person is Joe Polinsky.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Joe. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I just wanted to say, I provided my feedback to the motion maker and Constitution, Bylaws, and Parliamentarian within 24 hours. I don't even think the how to respond was even published yet. My thought was most of it was technical details that I thought was within their ability to correct and send out a revised version. It was not, conceptually changing what they were attempting to accomplish. I really like was said previously, I couldn't hear really what Tom was saying at the microphone in the room. I could catch words here and there. I think he mostly addressed my concerns in the revised motion. Of course, I've not seen it to confirm that. I didn't want to spam everybody on my comments if that would have been better, because like I said, I don't think the way to submit an update was even live at that point in time. I can do that in the future. I was trying to get the feedback as quickly as I could to everybody, or to the key people, I should say.
Yeah, Joe, there's a policy and a process we use now to make sure all the information gets out to everybody. So that's what we need to follow. But we understand. And Tom, did you want to speak again of what they didn't hear? You want to try that again? We need all the information out there.
This is Constitution Bylaws Chair, WBCCI. Joe said there were sort of technical comments on the motions that are being presented. One of them was, and I think the most important one was, what was the executive council? Because it was not clearly defined, for one thing, and that change was made. Secondly, he felt very strongly that the IBT, which is the governing body of the club, should precede the executive officers ordered in the Constitution. So we switched Article 8 and Article 7 so that the bylaws or the IBT would be first presented in the Constitution, and then the executive council would be presented. So that it made more sense. Concerned about, and I believe those were the changes that were made in the revision to.
Yeah. Thank you.
No.
Okay, then. Is there any more questions from everybody else before we let the board go from there? I want to thank, we have one more person coming up.
John Becker. John Becker, member of the Four Corners unit. My comment is more though, as I'm a past president of the Piedmont Airstream Club, I would just ask that I had the benefit of a little bit of context when I read the motions. If there's going to be a revision, I kind of put myself, it will be hard to put yourself in the place of, if I were the Piedmont president and received what was distributed, I'd have a hard time understanding it or explaining it to the club members. So I would just ask as a constructive comment to try to write the motion in a way that, imagine yourself as a club president and you haven't seen any of this. And the board has approved this motion that now is going to come to my members. Just put yourself in that context when you're writing it, because I found it hard to understand, even with a little bit of context that you would provide. And then I think it would just be easier then for them to understand. So that's all.
Thank you, John.
To John's point, the implementation the transition team that I'm a part of actually did discuss the fact that there needed to be a communication plan, and we had a number of bullets of things that needed to be addressed as part of that. We made the decision that this was already complicated enough, and we didn't want to try to move into guessing at that communication plan at this stage in the process, but we absolutely concur that we would need to have a very sort of plain, easy to understand explanation that went out, which was referenced in one of the slides that you saw early on, I think at the first meeting, that said that there would be two PowerPoint presentations. One would be the one that was very straightforward for the purposes of getting the word out to the, and the other was the one that was more detailed for our benefit.
Okay. Fair. Want to do this now?
Yeah.
Sure.
Aaron Quist, second vice president international. I echo Eric's question about a little bit of a sense of where people's heads are on this. So perhaps we can do an informal straw poll of the members from the IBT. Where do you think this is heading? Is this something that can be supported, or are we way off base with the proposal?
No? No. We cannot do a straw poll at this time, unless, sorry about that, okay? Right.
Okay, so first, the material that will be presented formally, right, and this is just a discussion, it will be amended slightly after this discussion today, but what you'll see on the airstreamclub.org/IBT packet is a packet of information that has the motion language, but it also has a PowerPoint presentation and an FAQ document. And that's what's been posted for a couple of weeks now. And the background of why I wanted to do it this way is that even for me, who's been reading this for a while, the language changing our constitution, even red line, is really complicated for anyone to follow. And so my experience doing this with other boards, with city councils and board of supervisors and others, is that you actually provide a packet that has supporting documentation, an easy PowerPoint, and easy FAQs that most people will read, and then they can dive into the specific language of the motions. So that is how I plan to communicate this when I bring it forward on Thursday. I'll start off with the presentation, which is the PowerPoint that's posted, and then I'll talk a little bit about the FAQs. Then I'll introduce the specific motion language, which will be adjusted slightly by trying to combine them. We've incorporated Mr. Raplinski's comments. We're going to incorporate what I've heard from Karen and anyone else before we close. I would also say that while a straw vote is not practical at this point, I still would like to get a sense of people's thoughts on this, final thoughts, before we leave this room, because I'd like to be able to accommodate those if possible in the motion.
Can I answer your questions? Go ahead. Hold on 1 minute, Chris.
Okay.
just address Eric, we cannot ask for a straw vote, but there is no reason why you can't go around and ask each person in the meeting setting how they feel.
Excellent.
Excuse
You just
me,
cannot call it a straw vote.
we, as region officers, did a discussion that we did straw votes. Now, you guys, we understand that, and getting us all together, that was still the format that we had as region discussions. This is not the formal IDT meeting.
Exactly, but way back when, I was not allowed to talk during your region forum discussions. And I would have strongly objected and said that you cannot conduct a straw vote during any of the discussion meetings when you're talking about these motions. But I was not asked.
That's the past.
Yeah, so according to Robert, you cannot have a straw vote.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna go around the table.
Hold on one minute, we've got more questions.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
This one?
Pull it up.
Greg Badner, Region 8 President. I wanted to go back to the segmenting out for a vote, for a quorum of a vote between the two groups. I just feel, I've been thinking about that, and it's been bugging me because it adds more complexity to whether you have a quorum or not, and all of that. The meetings, everybody that's a member is invited. There's now at least 3 ways to participate, Zoom or some other thing like that, telephone or in person. So all of the region presidents and all of the executive committee, they can show up, they can attend, they can vote. And I don't really see the necessity of trying to segment out. You have to have this many of this group and this many of the others. I do think that I agree with Joanne, that just creates another possible group of friction. And I'm not voting, but in general, I would say I'm very supportive of the direction of all this.
This is Larry Madden, Region 6 President. Earlier on in this process, if I remember correctly, it says here, president can only do 4 consecutive years, which would be 2 terms, and then he becomes immediate, or she becomes immediate past president. It seems like I remember that in some of the writing was that if the current president couldn't fulfill the term for whatever reason, the immediate past president could be brought back up into that position to fulfill the term, or did I misunderstand it? Not today. I mean, I read that earlier on in the prospect that it seemed like the immediate past president could rotate back up into the EC at no position now.
Jim's on the line, Jim Cotter.
No, that's okay. The answer is no. Not in my proposal.
Go ahead, Jim.
Unmute. Okay, there we go. Okay, so yeah, the question's a good one. And it's because it is confusing. But the issue about the past president, if the immediate past president is unable to stay on for their entire tour, or if the president is reelected for 2 more years and the international past president says, "Ah, y'all, I'm done," then what we had suggested, and this would be up, I think, to the bylaw changes later. We had suggested that perhaps the International Past Presidents Council could nominate or place a replacement so that the board strength stayed the same. It wasn't to do anything about replacing the president. It was about the International Past President only. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Poll now. Okay, so I'm going to go around and do a poll. Just to ask people their thoughts. I'm going to do.
What's up,
Polls is a strong poll.
An opinion.
Even, But I do want to mention, it's a great question. So in the bylaws will be something that I'll be proposing that leverages what most of the regions do in event of a vacancy. And probably most of your local clubs do also. So in your bylaws of most regions and most local clubs, if there is an unexpected vacancy, then there is a process to either appoint or frankly not fill at the discretion of the leadership team. And so that we would mirror that here. That is the best practice. And so if one of us just got hit by the proverbial train, it would be the IBT's decision on, are we going to fill that position? And you would be able to elect how to fill that position for the remainder of the term. So that's what would happen. That's what we're proposing. And that's consistent with your region and your clubs today. Okay, so I'm going to do I'm going to do a John Leake reverse order, and I'm going to say 3 minutes. I don't have a shepherd's hook, but we're going to reverse order. So Region 12, go around the table, and we'll finish with our international president. Region 12, your thoughts? I've never called her that before. It feels kind of good. I give me that look, I'm in trouble.
Hey, Laverne McHenry, Region 12 President. I am in agreement. I've been privileged to sort of be in the background to hear this from the beginning till today. This proposal has gone above and beyond what I thought was going to happen when we first talked about this in Lebanon. I think what the group has come up with as a proposal, I think is fantastic, and I am in full support.
Thank you. Region 11.
Ken Johansson, Region 11.
Our first VP, Region 11. I think Ken Johansson is on the Zoom call.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Okay. Ken Johansson, Region 11 President. I'm going to withhold any comments until I see the actual motions.
Here's Ken, though.
Ken, do you have any comments?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to withhold any comments until I see the actual motions.
Okay, Region 10.
Kathy Giese, President, Region 10, representing not only my region, but a number of people that have discussed this within this organization, some of them sitting around the table. I've also spent the last 4 weeks trying to educate myself about various boards and how they're set up. And I do have the privilege of knowing a number of presidents and directors in both profit and nonprofit groups. After talking with them, I wholeheartedly support this as the best way for this organization to move forward.
Thank you. Region 9.
I don't have any comment right now.
Thank you. Region 8.
Greg Vadner, President, Region 8. Very supportive of the general concept. I think from the get-go, I've been positive about it, and I'm more so now. The one thing that I think is going to be very important, delegates, whatever, are going to vote on the constitutional changes. And I think a lot of the marketing and the information that needs to happen to get them thinking about this in the right way, unfortunately, is the latter details, the bylaw type of stuff, because I think they're going to look at the constitutional stuff and begin, well, what does this mean? What'll happen? What's this? So it's almost like that plan has to be pretty well formed and part of the marketing in order to get the vote that I would like to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Region 7, your comments?
Jane Carmichael, Region 7 President. I read everything, I think about it all, I look at other examples, I see where it can go wrong, and we can fill that out and plan ahead. I think key is training to assist everyone in understanding what this will look like. How will it evolve? Where does it head out from here? How does it affect the individual member? The questions that we can answer after this is implemented will be like the details. The devil is in the details, and I can see where we need more energy to accomplish any of this. The communication plan needs to be thorough. It needs to be multi. It needs to, I think we need a video to bring it down to every person in the group. I think we need to have a way, and maybe Christy can do this. I can't. I have ideas I can't accomplish. I would really like to see the educational factor. I like the idea of having standing committee chairs coordinate with EC to have the support and the communication. Thank you.
Thank you. Region 6, final thoughts?
Region 6 President Larry Madden. I don't think anybody that's in the club, or at least at this level, that doesn't recognize there needs to be some positive changes because of the workload that was on the third, second, first, and the president of the club. I just want to proceed with caution. There's unintended consequences of the actions that we make that may, oh God, we didn't think of that. Oh Lord, we forgot about that. That may have rippling effects. So I'm in favor of proceeding, but proceeding with caution and very slowly. I don't personally see the big rush. I just don't see it. This is a major change in the club. I think it should be thought out thoroughly. I just don't see the rush personally without educating the membership of the club, as my previous speaker said. I think that's very, very important that the members of the club know what's going on at the executive level and they understand it and they're in agreement with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Region 5.
I did what you asked, okay? I went to people in my region that looked at the proposal. I have not gotten one positive out of this. Not one positive. I think they're thinking we're rushing this too quickly, like Larry said. You know, we need to educate these people. As of right now, my vote is no, because I have to represent my region, not just, you know, this board. And, you know, so I would like more education, you know, if this other proposal online gets passed, that we do the constitutional changes, you know, through electronic means. It won't just be July, it will be any time through the year. You know, so that's what right now, my region is telling me, do not vote for this, and I can't, I represent them. I don't, you know, not just my views. So my vote will be no right now, as of right now. That you can change it, I hope, you know, educate my people, you know, but.
Thank you. Region 4, your comments?
Region 4, Brad Bird is president. I want to go back to the issue. I want this to be one IBT. I don't want it to be sides, but there's two groups of people that bring things to that one group body. I see the EC as looking forward, big ideas. I see the region officers representing the people at the grassroots. They are not at odds, but they're coming from different views. And I think those views need to be represented on the one board. That's why I suggested there should be a certain number of people from each group of the board. Not to be divisive, but to make sure those voices are present. We saw today that we had a lot of technical difficulties. We could have a meeting like this where we have a quorum, where it's all EC and maybe two region presidents. We have a problem with the electronics, and those people can decide to continue with the meeting without the people online. That's my point. So with that said, in general, I'm talking with the people who have contacted me in Region 4. and the other officers of Region 4. I think we're mostly in favor of this. We want to see the final verbiage before we make the final decision, but we are in general favor.
Thank you, Region 3. Your thoughts?
Thank you, Bill Wild, Region 3 President. I have had the benefit of understanding this perhaps a little better than some of the others because of my involvement in trying to present it to you. And I have discussed it at length with my leadership team. I can say at the outset that both I and my two VPs are in favor of this move. But there's a lot to be considered, a lot of information to get out. We need to understand how it's going to affect every level of the club, all the way down to through regional leadership, club leadership, local club leadership, all the way down to the individual. We know that many of those individuals really don't care what happens up here. They just want to camp. But they do have to have a level of confidence that we're running this corporation appropriately. We also have a number of other things that are going on that will bear into this. We're standardizing our effective dates for officers. We're going from big red number having a vote to every member having a vote. We're having an expanded window for when we're going to have our rally. We've got we're discussing the possibility of separating business meetings from the actual international and having four quarterly Zooms and monthly Zooms and all this kind of stuff. There's a lot going on. There's even been some discussion about whether or not it's fiscally responsible for us to continue to have a winter IBT when we have Zoom available. All of those things come into play and it's like a big picture that has to be put together. So when we present this to the membership, they need to understand that there's a family of changes that are working together for the improvement of the operation of this IBT. That's my comment. I'm in favor of the motion.
Thank you. Region 2, your thoughts?
RJ Marquette, Region 2 President. Am I causing a problem?
Mine either.
Okay. I'm in favor of this. The comments I've heard from people in my region have been positive or simply, asking for clarifications. People I know that are in other organizations that have similar board setups highly recommend this setup for us. That's all I have.
Thank you. And Region 1.
Good morning. This is Doug Hart, Region 1 President. It's a fast changing world out there that we're competing in, and I think it's absolutely critical that we make this change so we can in fact compete in the world that we choose to be in. Having said that, so I support it. That's the bottom line. But having said that, I take Jane Carmichael's comments to heart, and how we roll it out is critical to achieving this goal. So let's roll it out carefully, thoughtfully, but I think it's critical for this organization that we succeed.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to get comments from, I'm not sure the order where I lost track. It's okay if I go sort of, Andy, just down this way later.
I support this idea. I like it a lot. I've been served for a while and been around this club for a long while. It is a big change. And I do agree with Jane Carmichael and this man sitting to my left that we need to roll this out in a very good fashion, and we need to educate our people so they totally understand what's going on, because obviously they control a whole lot because they control the Constitution. So if we want this to move forward, we have to sell this in the proper manner. And I do say that we don't need to go real fast. We need to go slow so that we can make sure that we are doing it correctly, because this is too big of a thing, I think, for us to fall on our own sword and fail at this.
votes. Thank you, Lori.
Lori Plummer, Corporate Manager. I'm sorry, I'm freezing. I'm sorry, I've got a cold chill. I'm absolutely for this. I would love to see us evolve. I would love to see us move forward. What has happened over these since Lebanon and just this process of the first committee and then the transition committee got together. I was super impressed with this teamwork and everybody working together. I haven't seen this much of that happening in the years I've been here. So I believe it's necessary for the club to move on and move forward. Thank you.
Ty, do you want to summarize? So Joanne and then Ty, do you want to summarize or do you want to go in order? Perfect. Okay, so Joanne.
I'm really just an advisor and a non-voter. Do you?
Yes.
Do we care what you think?
We care.
You're Robert. Well, I think you all understand that I always do highly value the input of the people at this table and out there too. I would hear everyone's comments. So yes.
You may not like what I have to say then.
Sure, I will.
It was my understanding that the original question posed to the special committee was, should international officers' term of office be 2 years or 1 year? That was okay. I mean, that question went out to them. However, the results that came back is this massive plan. And what I've been trying to say to the board is, you look at one thing and all of a sudden you realize, I've got to consider this. Then I've got to consider this. Whoops, don't forget this. And I feel like we've got to do this now. We can't consider all these other things. Let's hurry up and get this done. And that bothers me because I like us to sit back, take our time. Why do we need to rush into this right now? We've got a plan here. And actually, let's go back. Can we do some of these things that you would like to do by just extending the international officer's term of office to 2 years? Leave the structure the way it is. The structure we currently have is not perfect. It can be tweaked, but what's wrong with it? It's worked for us for 65 years. I'm not one of those people that says we can't make any changes. Change is good, but it's a process and we have to take it one step at a time. So if I was a voting member, I would turn down this proposal. But I will work with you to help you do whatever you want me to do. Okay?
She's an awesome parliamentarian.
So I think that we'll have Ty go last, and so we'll kind of come back around this way. So Karen.
Karen Fisher, International Third Vice President. In general, I am supportive of the concept. I agree with Joanne that I'm concerned about rushing it a little. I do want to point out that the motions that are coming before the IBT are just to take motions to the membership to change the Constitution. You can vote not to do that if you don't think the motions are right. But I think if you're against what's happening.
I'm not.
Okay, I just want to point that out, make sure we all understand. All we're voting for now, we're not voting to make the change. We're just voting to take those motions to the membership. So that was just one comment. Again, I'm in favor of the concept. I'm very interested in seeing Tom's documents that he mentioned where he's got a plan or a concept for all of the other stuff that has to happen once the Constitution is changed. He also mentioned some provisos that I thought, the way I interpreted it, needed to be part of these motions, and they're currently not. Now, I'm not sure what those are going to be. I just want to bring that up. So if it needs to be part of this motion so that it doesn't become immediate implementation and we don't have all those other things lined up that were there, and we've got that documented. And I agree with everybody's comments that we need to understand what all the next steps are and make sure that our membership understands that. And that communication plan is going to be very, very critical.
Thank you, Barry.
Barry, I'm going to second the international. The very fact that this conversation is taking place is a sign of improving health for our club. We have a lot of deferred maintenance to do in the club to get on with real business. This is actually just a stepping stone to get there. Our members are asking for us to be more nimble, and we have a lot of competition out there outside of the club, whether it's in virtual space and so forth. So I'm supportive of this. I accept the fact that modern businesses to survive have to be very nimble. So you don't really have to get everything right the first time. You have to get it right enough and then have a process in place that course corrections. So I feel good enough about what the proposal is asking for that I would support that. So I'm really anxious to get this implemented so we can move on with more important things like the rejuvenating the international rally and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
I'm thinking. I guess my biggest, is that on? Can you hear me now? My biggest concern right now, of course, is we're hurrying, but I'm not sure how it's going to work with the presidents or the people that have already made the choice to be international president. Are they going to be grandfathered in? That's my biggest concern. These people have already committed 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. And in this whole structure, are they going to, are they still going to go up? That's my concern. It's probably a great thing. And I'm going to get emotional, but I love these people and I want to see them as international president. And that's what I think. Sorry.
Okay, and I got a international treasurer, Trevor.
I'm in favor of the motion. Are there trips and traps coming up? I'm sure there are going to be, but that's part of business. You have to come across them and then, as Pear said, be nimble and adjust the course, adjust the commentary and questions, and continue on forward. To answer Linda's question, I believe in the past meetings, the answer to her question is maybe. So it's not a foregone conclusion. They are on the board, but I believe one of the commentaries was maybe. So I'm in favor of this going forward, but we will cross paths with problems and other commentaries. People haven't thought of things, but as far as I'm concerned, I believe it should go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other, can I ask for comments from the audience before you or after you? What's your preference? Comments from the audience?
Sure.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, comments from the audience, please, online or present.
Support.
Greetings, Amelia O'Donnell, President of Southeastern Pennsylvania. I really like the idea of coming up with a simple translation of the proposal to present to the unit presidents so that we can present it to them, so that we can make sure they understand what's happening with the club going forward.
I like it.
Thank you, Millie. Anybody else? Go ahead. Matt. You're next.
Matt Mackey, Southeastern Camping Unit and Tax Region President from Region 3. I have also, as Laverne said, had the advantage of having been involved in some backstory discussions on the details. And I believe that this is a path that we should certainly entertain and pursue.
No, take a break.
But I will also say that past efforts at major change
I just need to answer a text.
on a couple of occasions failed to properly sense the temperature and the thoughts of the membership. And membership turned them away soundly. So I believe communication is important, and I think your time is short. And I suspect, as someone else mentioned, that passing the motion that allows constitutional changes anytime may be your most expedient path to make a change that the membership understands and supports. And that's my comment.
Bart Fuller.
Bart Fuller, Vice President, Region 1. I see a lot of complexity, and I'm just kind of reiterating what a lot of other people have said, but I think getting it to the membership, one of the things that they're going to want to know is about the international rally. Nothing's really been said about that. Obviously, it seems like we're decoupling the international rally with the IBT. I know this is all policy and all that comes down the road, but those are the questions that the membership's going to ask. How does that international rally affect me at all if we're going to have a whole different board structure and we don't have a president that's leading us to that realm of that international meeting each year? I think there's going to be a lot of complexities in that reality because they want to camp.
Okay. This is just comments right now. Okay. Go ahead, Kathy.
Kathy Mitchell, a member, also chairperson currently of these national rallies. And I've been listening carefully. I have not done a lot of advanced studying of it, but been listening carefully. What I don't understand, and I think this is what is key for the people, is these changes seem to be playing to strengths of people. So you've got a group, and you're looking at this group and saying, who does best at what to move us forward? That absolutely is awesome. But as a member, where do I go? What do I do? What is it in it for me? Not just the rally, which is a huge thing, and a place for people to go to understand what you're talking about. In 2010 or 11, we started coming to these midwinter IBTs. We missed the last one, I think, or maybe two, but not more than one. And I have learned so much. What I'm afraid is our members going to care less as long as their partying is being met. How are we going to get people to do units? And why, I already sometimes feel that unit officers are pushed into their position so fast, they don't really understand what they're there for, except to keep things going. And I do think they all catch up. But as a member or a unit officer, what does this do for me to either lighten my load or make it easier? And two, this is my 4th year as a national rally chairperson. And there is a criticism from me in that as a chairperson, I get nothing. I ask, I suggest, I beg, I've said, maybe this particular standing committee position is not important. Nobody in the thing. So how is this new one going to help those situations? Going to help somebody take a position, being told one thing, and 4 years later, with wonderful people, all the people that have asked me to do this have been my friends. They've been, you know, they've seen passions in the work. So it's not their fault. How is this new system going to open up these avenues? That's what I think people would need to hear. I'm not against it or for it. How do we work? Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Lynn Towson back, first VP, and I'm thoroughly in favor of this. I've read the supporting documentation. I feel strongly that we should move our international officers to a 2-year term. Just getting your feet on the ground, figuring out what the heck you're doing and turning it over to somebody else is awfully fast at any level. And I've lived through that myself, being field vice at the same time. So kudos to y'all. Thanks for being very deliberative.
Okay, I'm just gonna take a few minutes and then we're gonna break for lunch, okay? As the international president, I gotta watch out for everybody in the club, okay? And to sit here and listen to some people say our members don't care, they just wanna go out and party. I've been out to a lot of rallies, I've talked to a lot of members. I think we're doing them an unjust service by saying that, because all of our membership does care and we expect them to vote on this issue. So if we expect them to vote on this issue, we need to make them care, give them the information and make their vote count so they feel good about what they're voting on and getting the information to them. Okay? I'm not for it or against it because as an international president, I can't vote unless there's a tie for it. But as our members, we do need to stand up for them, and all of our members need to take a look at this. When you take this back to your clubs and stuff, have them look at it, discuss it, get the questions answered that we need to answer. Okay? But our members are involved in this club. They enjoy it. They just not are a bunch of partiers like some people project them to be. And some people say, oh, they don't care because they just want to be able to get through things. Our membership does care. My open door policy, I've had a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails today, texting here in the office. In the audience, I've had a few from you folks out there. So definitely take this back, think about it, discuss it, and let's take our time and do it correctly if we're going to do it. Let's make sure we do it correctly for our members. So we're going to take a 1-hour lunch. Sure. So we'll be back here at 1 o'clock. Okay. Lori, before you go. Okay, we're all set then. Thank you. Right on. Okay. Okay, it's unmuted. It's unmuted. Test. It's better. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test, test. Test 1, 2, 3. Test. Test, test. Sorry. Test 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing 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 1, 2, 3. Test. Test 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing. She sells seashells by the seashore. Testing. Okay, I'm talking. I'm testing. Okay. I'm going to mute myself for a minute. Okay, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing 1. Okay. Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test, test 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test, test 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, testing. Testing. Okay. Maybe like take a picture for you know, like for future use in case you need that, you know, that setup like that. Its own mixer. All right. Okay. All right. Very good. All right, you all set? Yep. All right. Bye-bye. Okay, testing, 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 1, 2, 3. Testing, test. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Me? It's maybe 2.5, 3 feet. I get, hold on, I get closer. Okay, now I'm pretty close to it now. Can you hear me? Is it any better, any different? Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3. I'm going to keep talking because you asked me to keep talking, but I'm running out of things to say because I keep saying testing 1, 2, 3, and that's all I know. So now I'm not sure what else to say to test. It's cold here. So testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Read a script. I don't have a script. Nobody gave me a script. Testing, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing.
RJ.
Testing.
Now, are we gonna get feedback? Eric, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. Yes.
I still think Zoom doesn't sound well on this end.
Turn it down just a bit more. I got the rally here, it turns all the way down to the last possible notch before it meets itself.
Does the rally camera have to be on? See,
To get the sound out, to get the system sound, yes, that camera has to be.
okay, so we're starting to get feedback if I'm standing here talking.
Yeah.
We're getting feedback and a little.
Yeah, it's high pitch, but you're getting feedback.
Yes.
What? Testing 1, 2, 3. I can't, the podium mic is, or the mic, I can't hear anything through the Zoom session. Like I can't hear Lori right now. Yeah, I know she's talking because I can see that, but I can't hear it on the Zoom session. So let's see, the podium mic is muted.
781.
It's not, it's muted. It just shows muted on our end. Let me see here. Hold on.
94.
So what changed? I could hear before on Zoom.
People were clicking that microphone on and off on the microphone itself, the button on the microphone.
Oh,
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. How you doing, Trevor?
All right, so you're okay now. There's no reverb, so
Turn on the
whatever you
microphone.
did is fine.
Like right here?
No, the physical microphone that's in front of her face.
Oh, I see. I think it is on, that microphone is for the PA in the room.
Well, I saw people
But-
turning it off.
So I think that they've got it muted on their Zoom window. Let me see here. Can I unmute it?
No.
I can't. I can only ask to unmute.
Yeah.
Hey, RJ, the laptop for the meetup camera, can you check the mute on that? Because it shows on our end that the meetup are on the Zoom side of things, it is muted. So look at Zoom on the laptop that's connected to the meetup camera. There you go. That did it. Yeah. Now I can hear. Right. So go ahead and mute it again once. That's why I'm saying try and take one of the pods. Did you take one of the Rally camera pods off the board table and put it at the podium? Because then that takes away the need to worry about muting and unmuting the meetup camera. All the camera is used for then is just the camera. And you don't have to deal with any kind of sound concerns with the meetup camera.
Just waiting to hear.
So. Doing some of it yet, because I don't got it.
We're gonna get feedback. I'm gonna give you what I have.
Yeah.
Okay, I have reason.
I got region 6.
Okay.
And I think there's.
All right.
I got them.
1, 2, test 1, 2.
12 finalized.
2, can you hear?
That's it. Yes.
I'll give
Can you guys hear okay on that end, like where Todd was sitting? Is it as muffled as it was earlier?
From where?
That in, where Ty sits.
Sit here and I'll talk.
Well,
You're
no,
gonna
the problem
evaluate.
was that was,
Yeah, so tell me how it sounds.
I just don't know.
it sounds sharp here, but it was him that was muffled.
Right. And then Karen, can you turn on that mic and talk?
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. How is that? Can everyone hear?
It sounds really good.
Okay.
So it sounds good on Zoom as well? Perfect. Thank you, everybody.
I misunderstood. I thought she was asking you to
No, no,
evaluate.
no.
And then if you go up and talk, it says, how can you evaluate?
He was so muffled on there, you could, it was
Yeah.
like,
I know.
like stupid.
All right.
You should be able to leave all the microphones on now. Don't have any feedback. So we'll order more pods.
Thank you, RJ.
Extensions. This way we don't have this problem.
My region people call me about.
That's me.
So far, everyone.
Yeah, so is mine.
Still are resistant.
Hold there, Gabby.
Because of a balance between region.
They're just saying.
Yeah, I think it's, I mean, we'll report them in our
Don't like that.
records, but I mean.
Okay.
But you're gonna want mine. Oh,
I do what I gotta do.
well, that's like the sound, but I think that worked out.
All right. She approached me, she is here. I got it.
I thought somebody brought me a gift. I was like, damn it, I'm gonna have to take the bag over and get the.
Are we done with those two motions for now?
I don't know. Out there.
No.
Can't make everything.
Yeah.
Anymore, so I don't know. I can't tell that you can't see right straight.
Policy changes. If this passed.
Eric, can you hear this all right?
Okay.
You too?
Yeah, your are the rally camera mics muted? Rally camera pods muted?
Not yet.
We're gonna begin with.
Not yet.
Maybe never.
Oh, okay, so they're not muted. All right. Go ahead and say something, RJ.
Come on.
Can you hear me, RJ?
I will never get up there.
I can't understand you.
You cannot understand me?
You're gonna have to talk louder for him.
Okay, hold on, RJ.
I know I'm not.
All right, I'm closer now. Can you hear me better?
Logical. No. I know what's item.
That's just.
Well, we might.
And never have.
Eric?
So,
Hello?
good, yes.
I didn't even have to beg you.
It doesn't bother me to do.
Please do.
Bill, thank you for allowing me to listen.
Should have had wine.
Thank you for letting me listen with you and Christine. Have that without, hasn't been to any of these. Doug Hart has not been able to any of these major meetings.
Right.
Really difficult for
Yeah.
president, what the president's doing.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Just so everybody knows, we can hear everybody's
I know, but-
conversation.
It's different. They're doing a Zoom.
Right.
Yeah.
Because of mine, you're observing.
No, we're 1 and 2.
On the forefront at the same time.
And they went to, they all kind of.
Get a chance to really discuss.
Explain about what they were doing.
Try to share everything with my, I hope Doug does that for you too.
That's motion number 3.
Oh, yeah, we still got the COVID.
I keep losing.
What's this? Thompson.
Okay. Make sure that.
Yeah, I had.
I didn't know that. I wasn't here.
I came down early. Well, I came down.
1 minute warning.
On your screen? Yeah, that's okay. Barb.
Oh, but thank you.
We're not-
Okay.
So you can't. Can you see the podium? Yeah. Are you gonna do a podium test?
That's what it's the bylaw.
They had, I mean, they had a coffee here and they're planning on.
They sound like
Yeah, it's just a time.
pretty good. I mean, is there any way you can raise the Raleigh camera pod?
But like,
Maybe a little
We
higher?
have 5 motions.
I came at 10.
As they are.
Right, totally.
How do you? But kind of.
No,
But I've got all that too.
very little.
I'm not saying one way or the other.
I think it has to,
He came in live.
has to change or out of it.
I'm not gonna come up at 8. I don't wanna be here for.
Laws and-
I know, lunch. I looked at it.
No, you don't.
Back it down, I would shuffle it down.
So,
Even that, if I. Oh,
no,
They didn't have a valid license.
well, I don't care. Thursday's meeting. There's this membership. The membership then votes it in and then we accept that. That's the regular view on.
Because there were.
I want to work with you this
For Saturday.
Because there were a couple other minor things I didn't want to bring up here, but
I'd
I've got
love
notes.
to work with that. There's one person who diligent on that too. So I'd appreciate that for you.
Well, good, because I really want to.
No, I seriously.
Part of it.
seriously wanna work with it. And I told Joanne, she would love it.
All very, very similar to what we have right now. However.
I'll work with you this afternoon.
Structure.
Notes on it for today, get something ready by the end of the day today. And then we can do
Now you're going.
I sort of how, if we get into more, maybe just email.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be surprised when we go through the rest of these.
RJ, you're ready
meetings.
for.
That whole packet you put on here, every
Agreed.
post.
Camera needs turned on. Camera needs turned on.
The board.
Now it's probably.
John, bottom left.
Okay.
You're good, RJ, you're good.
It's the same section.
When do you actually make structure? I would just remind everybody they're hot.
The stuff that came back from
Huge.
Okay, at this time, we're gonna convene our
the red line
meeting.
now is okay.
Please make sure you understand that
Yeah, the VIN.
puck mics on the table are live, no side conferences. The other thing is make sure your computers are on mute, your phones are muted, and please, people in the audience, make sure your phones are muted. Okay, I do not want to hear any ringing if we can help it. Okay? Okay, then, so we have a motion item and 2 action items to finish up on. Is Tom Smithson in the building?
He's coming.
Again?
That's him walking.
Okay, well, when he gets here, let's everybody applaud for Tom Smithson.
What are we doing first?
We're gonna do 2 action items first.
Action item.
He's coming.
Was that a direct order?
Yes. We'll make him feel welcome.
Do that on Caravan, last person.
And here is Tom Smithson. Tom, I'm so glad you could join us. We'd like to go over the action items.
You got a hard too.
And you know how I run a tight ship, Tom. We'll give Tom a minute to do that, and then we'll do the action item first, and then we'll go over motion 3. Eric, are they that tough?
No.
The donuts are hard, people. Look at Eric with his army knife out, cutting the donuts off.
No, we decided the calories kind of evaporate as you cut them into small pieces, so. I mean, what could be wrong with this? Really?
If that was the only one you ate, it would be.
Let's just.
Yes.
Here's Tom. need to call Hetty. Gotta be exposed.
Okay. All right. Oh, that was good. Oops. Yes, good afternoon. Was there any questions about the report? No? So you want to know about the action items? Okay.
Item number 8.
As A. This is titled "The Deletion of the Constitutional Delegates Meeting from the WBCCI Constitution." Summary. This motion deletes WBCCI Constitution Article 11, Constitutional Delegates Meeting, and all references to constitutional delegates in WBCCI Constitution, Article 10, Club Organization. Further, delete WBCCI Constitution, Article 14, Amendments, and insert a new Article 14 amendments, as well as renumbering the remaining WBCCI Constitution articles to reflect these changes. I move that the International Board of Trustees submit to the membership the following amendment to the WBCCI Constitution. Delete in its entirety Article 11, Constitutional Delegates Meeting. Further, that the reference to the Constitutional Delegates Meeting in WBCCI Constitution, Article 10, Club Organization, Section 2, and insert for any amendments to the WBCCI Constitution. Further, delete WBCCI Constitution, Article 14 amendments in its entirety and insert a new Article 14 amendments and renumber the remaining articles of the Constitution. Okay. For a second.
We're not voting. We didn't. Not a vote.
Yes, thank you.
That's a good discussion.
Purpose. The purpose of this motion is to establish a new method for amending the WBCCI Constitution by removing the requirement for a delegates meeting on the International Rally and establishing in policy a new method for amendment. The impact of this motion will be to provide a more expeditious way to amend the WBCCI Constitution, as well as free up time at the International Rally for more educational and social activity. In addition, it will provide the opportunity for all members to directly contribute to the perfection of any proposed amendment.
Excuse me for a minute, Tom. RJ, is that coming through you over there?
Sounds like a banjo.
Yeah, it sounds like a banjo coming through.
Sounds like somebody's picking a banjo.
Somebody's picking a banjo.
Okay, so it looks like it's coming from Bob Early. I've tried to mute him, but his sound is still showing up.
Okay, where's Bob at?
Bob Early is on Zoom. Can you please mute yourself?
Got it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Tom.
Background. Throughout the history of WBCCI, amendments to its constitution have been a drawn-out process with proposals going to the International Board of Trustees and, if approved, submitted to the Constitution and Bylaws Committee for review. Following review, the proposed amendments would be sent to local clubs for their consideration and a club vote on the proposal. The vote would then be carried to the International Rally Delegates Meeting for reporting by a local delegate. In addition, the opportunity to amend any motion was only available at a delegates meeting, further drawing out the process. Financial impact, there is none.
Karen?
Karen Fisher, International Third Vice President. Tom, if I look at your motion, I break it down into three parts. First part is Article 11 that you're deleting, or the second part is the reference to the constitutional delegates meeting in Article 10, and the third one is deleting and replacing Article 14. In your exhibits, however, I only see items 1 and 3. And in exhibit 1, I see only 1 and 3, so I don't know what exactly you're changing on 2. And in exhibit 2, I don't see the revised Article 10, and I do see Article 14. So if we can talk later and I can go through that with you more, but I'm just saying that I think some of the exhibits are missing.
The leading article, whatever it is, 11 in its entirety.
That's fine. You got it all read out, red line.
14, we're deleting Article 14.
And you're redlining that. I got that.
And in Exhibit 2, we are inserting a new Article 14.
Yep, that's good. I like, everything's good there, except
right.
The second thing in your motion is the reference to constitutional delegate meeting in the Constitution, Article 10. That isn't
4 words in that particular article that I wanted to delete. I should have put that in there. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's all I'm asking is
right,
that you put it in. Okay, the second thing I would like to suggest is in Exhibit 2. The second sentence, proposed amendments may be submitted to headquarters by any local club or through the International Tour Board of Trustees by an IBT board member, comma, or the international president.
I can insert the words IBT.
Thank you.
Or the international president will process any proposed amendments by existing. Now, what's not included is what's going to happen if we eliminate the delegates. Then we look at in bylaws. Oh, that's not it. If this constitutional motion is passed, what will happen is that there's a policy that will be proposed at Freiburg, and that policy will outline how and the timeline for any amendment being suggested to or proposed to the membership. And over roughly a 90-day period, there will be review, online review. We would set up essentially a forum at headquarters where people can come in and chime in about their concerns about any proposed constitutional amendment. They could propose amendments to that motion, which would be sent to the maker of that motion, and they would be able to consider those amendments to refine the motion and then resubmit the motion to the membership in its refined state. And that it would be voted on by electronic ballot.
Go ahead, Karen.
Karen Fisher, International Third Vice President. Just kind of a question here, and it could affect many of these constitutional motions. Should there be a proviso added to these that state, I'm just told us, that if this motion passes, changes need to be made to bylaws or procedures, and whether we reference them specifically or just generically? I'm thinking it's just a follow-up thing. And it also lets us, when we read these motions, know that it's not just what we've got to do, but there's some work that'll be needed later.
That's okay. That's why we're having this discussion. Yes, not at all. Because once again, I can't give you the policy because we have something already existing in our constitution that has to go away before we can give you the policy. But I'd be happy to share it with you. much as I have shared the template with you for the officer exchange.
And I'm not looking for all of that detail in the proviso, just a comment that there's additional work to be done. Because as our members read this, and they may not be calling in, then they understand that there's more going on too. If they just read this and says the constitutional delegates meeting is going away, or the delegates meeting is going away, how do we do this? And this tells them that it's going to be moved or reiterated in the bylaws once this is passed. Thank you.
Anybody else? Brad?
Hand up. Yeah, there's a hand up. Ken Johansson.
Yeah, question, Tom. I assume you've checked with the Ohio Corporation Commission because it's my understanding that they require the delegates meeting.
In my reading of the Ohio code, that is not the case. They require a business meeting. They don't require a delegates meeting. And if you also read the code, you find that it is possible to hold an electronic election. In fact, we could actually do it by proxy if we wanted to, but we're not going to go that way. We can hold an electronic election and ballot each of our members on any of these issues.
Okay. Brad?
Brad Hurricks, Region 4 President. By the way, I apologize for having a mask on earlier. Some people couldn't hear me. I understand this helps people have more fun at the region or international rallies. But I am concerned that this makes it way too easy to make a bunch of changes to the Constitution. To me, the Constitution needs to be corrected at times, and we've gone through a whole corrections right recently, and I commend Tom and Joanne and everybody else who's worked on cleaning up our Constitution, bylaws, and policies to separate that all out, and it was needed. But I'm concerned that we're doing an awful lot of changing of our Constitution, and this just makes it easier to just keep doing more changes. And as a region president, I just sent out several notices to my local clubs who have not updated their Constitution on the stuff that's already been passed. I just don't know why we, after cleaning things up, why we have to make it so easy to change the Constitution. If somebody could comment on that, I'd appreciate it.
This is not actually making it any easier to change the Constitution. All it's doing is making use of the technology that we have and involving the membership in the process individually. One of the problems, I'm sorry, this is a personal opinion. One of the problems that I've had over the years being in the club is I'm seeing people come to delegates meetings and voting when I know for a point of fact that the membership of that particular asked to vote at all. The decision was made by a board, or in a couple of instances by families who are basically running, who at that time are running the clubs. And it's always been my contention that if we're going to make changes of any kind that involve membership, that they individually should be involved in it, either through a paper ballot or an electronic ballot. We have the capability now to do it electronically. It's one of the reasons why we have been encouraging and requesting that you get everyone's email addresses into our database so that we can communicate with them. I've been running electronic elections for my local club for the last 10 years. And it has increased the interest, one, the participation, two, in any of the issues that we bring to them, international issues. So from my standpoint, this is really a clean and efficient way to accomplish possible changes. Now, the changes still need to go through, or the proposed changes need to go through the IBT. They still need to go through my committee or whoever's in my position for review and for a report to be written. What is done is involve the members in the process as opposed to people. That answers your question.
Go ahead, Laurie.
Lori Plummer, corporate manager. I have to agree with Tom on the fact that I've seen a lot of voting come in, and the club president will bluntly say that he made all the decisions because he didn't take the time to talk to his members, or he or she didn't want to do that. So I agree with that. But my other question is, does this not open the window that if need be, we could have more than one delegate meeting a year? Because right now we only do one. Does this open that window that if,
Yes.
not that we want to,
No, not that we want to, definitely not.
yeah, not that we want to, because,
No.
but that does allow us to be corporately a little more nimble if we need to.
Right.
We need
You
to.
need to make a change, you'll be able to do it in a timely manner rather than the normal 2 years that it takes currently to make a change. This is, once again, is looking to what Eric is proposing, increasing the nimbleness of the club to respond to changes that we may need to respond to. And from my perspective, this is certainly a way to do it. I would never have thought of this 10 years ago. We didn't have the capability to do it, but today we do. And there's few, if I will have to admit, there are people in our club who do not have access to the internet or even know how to use it. But they do get the blue beret. And there isn't in the policy that would be coming forth for this, there's the option for a mail-in ballot, which would be available to anyone who, what's a computer? I don't know, type of thing. But for the majority of our members, particularly our newer members in the club, they're technologically literate. And this is just making use of that literacy.
Yes, Joanne.
And on the other hand, if you were afraid that every time there was a quarterly meeting, there were constitutional amendments that might come up, you might want to include in the motion that the Constitution can only be amended once a year, once every 6 months, whatever limit you would like to put on that.
That could be a part of the policy statement. It's not a problem.
Anybody else? Matt Hackney?
And I think Southeastern Camping Unit. So one of the important aspects our club has implemented through our current constitution and bylaws, primarily our constitution, is selecting representatives, and everyone sitting on the floor here in front of me is a representative of the membership. They look to their representatives to gain knowledge and insight through experience. In a similar manner, the club has sought over the years input from those they would expect to have the most knowledge in the individual units. And through those individuals, the experience and feedback from the membership. I personally believe that the individuals within the unit best suited to give you constructive feedback, pushback, and input happens to be those who are in elected positions. If you would like to encourage or force them to get input, if you as region officers would like to direct input or give direction to your unit or local club presidents, that's fine. But I believe you're missing an important aspect if you put this in the hands of the membership for direct election without involving advice, guidance, and actually a mechanism for pushback from the local club presidents or their representative.
Who's beeping?
That's back in the laundry room. Is that sound coming out of the laundry room back there? Okay, there's nothing.
We're not sure.
Laundry room. Okay, can you see if that door shut, RJ? Can you see if they shut the inside door for us? Sorry about that, Tom. Go ahead.
The only thing that, in response to Mr. Hackney's comment, is I agree with him wholeheartedly. Absolutely important, significant, necessary for local club officers to be involved in the process. This is essentially what we try to do today with the constitutional amendment. Number one, amendment is proposed. Two, the IDT sends the motion maybe to the membership to vote on. But in addition to that, part of my job is to write a report which details out the significance of whatever that particular amendment is or what it's going to do. Those reports are sent to the individual local club presidents with their presentation to their members. And therein lies the rub, because that may or may not happen. And that's one of my frustrations. For those of you who have had to bear with me on my comments to you about communication, and the fact that it's your responsibility to see to it that your local club officers are aware of anything that's going on. The same thing should be happening at the local club level. Does it? Sometimes. Most of the time, maybe peripherally. It's never perfect, all right? Nothing is ever perfect. What we're trying to do here is to get the membership directly involved. The membership will be sent the motion to amend the Constitution. They will be sent the same kinds of information that we would send out, say, for Eric's motion. Why are we doing this? What's the reason for it, et cetera. And then they're going to be given the opportunity as individuals or as a club for that matter to interact with that particular motion and to discuss it and to make comment on it and eventually to a vote on it. So to me, what we're doing is expanding that communication line and we're involving the members. It's frustrating to me when I talk to people, did you know about this or that or whatever? And they don't know. And yet I know for a fact that information was sent out by headquarters or even information I've sent out to local club presidents has never gone any further than their mailbox. It didn't get to the members. And that's, a little frustrating. I'm trying to navigate that a little bit and see if I can get to the members more directly.
Thank you. Anybody else? Eric?
Can we comment or?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's a really good idea. My experience with my local club, Greater Bay Area, we have seen spotting inclusion of members on things the delegates eventually vote on. And some presidents have been better than others, but often what will happen in my limited experiences is a rally will probably less than 10% of the club participates in. The president will ask for a vote on these issues, and then the president will go to an IR delegates meeting and vote for the whole membership, excluding a vast number of people. And this happens across our club. A corporate manager mentioned that as well. On the positive side, we all just got the distribution of the results of the survey on international rally. I looked and we had 2,461 members reply, of which half have never been to a national rally on their thoughts of an IR. And I compared 2,461 responses to 105 delegates. I think that there's opportunity for us to reach out more to the members to get their feedback and let them vote on these issues that affect them directly. So I'm fully supportive of it. The technology has evolved. Years ago, it was hard to run these votes electronically. I think all of us experienced this a couple of times recently because we voted for international officers electronically. And it's a very smooth process, a very good return in terms of voters. So I think we would expect to get that feedback, those votes. What I'm interested in, Tom, also, and this maybe is a thing for Lori and her staff, is how do we share the implications of a vote with our members? And this came up in the last discussion also, right? How do we let a member who's poised to vote yes or no understand the level of necessity of what they're voting on and the implications? And I think that that body of work has to be done well, you know, Tom, for this to be successful.
I'm in full agreement with that. And this is why the FAQs, for example, for your proposals, I think are invaluable. And the same sort of thing could be done for any other constitutional amendment. It's kind of like what you vote for officers. What should you do under the current policies? What you should do is you should read their bio. You should read their resume. You should read any comments that they make or on their goals. That information, I mean, as a voter, that's what I do. And I encourage others to do the same thing. You don't just blindly go in and stamp X for, you know, whatever. You need to be informed. And so if we provide the information tools and for whatever the issue is, then we've done our job. And that's really important. We've done our job. We have given everyone everything they possibly could use in the decision. The decision should be theirs. It's not ours, it's theirs. If they don't want to participate, fine. No, we look at national elections. We have what, 50% or less than 50% of the people who are registered to vote in the United States vote. Some countries that's illegal. They throw you in jail if you don't vote. No, we couldn't do that. Probably imposing on somebody's liberties. But to me, voting is really important. And so I want to involve the members in it. And this is an attempt to do that.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, then.
Okay.
Yep. Oh. Matt Hackney for one more question.
And if this information has been previously made available, I'm sorry, I probably missed it. What percentage of the club members voted this last time for international officers?
Oh, we can look it up. Those numbers, but I don't have it, but we can look it up.
Okay, we can get back to you on that, Matt.
I could comment on that for my local club. We went from 10% to almost 47%. So what can I say? That was people coming to a meeting, and that was the issue. We couldn't get the 200 members that we have to a meeting to vote. We couldn't get half of them there to vote. We only had to have 10%. So that was fairly easy to do. But that was not really representative of the totality of the membership. So when I get the vote up to 47%, I feel a whole lot better than 10.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Okay, that was let's go on.
I think that was the only action item there. I had another one, but I pulled it. Did you pull me?
Pull it. We're all still have it.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I thought I pulled that. Well, I pulled it after.
The Verada.
I pulled after.
Well, she's got to change the script, she's got more work to do than I do, so you better be nice to her.
What is the title of that action item?
Yes.
What is the title of the action item you pulled, please?
Oh, excuse me. Let me find it here, just a moment.
We had it as, Tom, we had it as action item.
Don't help me.
Was. Motion due date to headquarters for publication.
You're pulling that.
Yes, ma'am. And the reason why we're pulling it is because if the constitutional motion is that Eric is going to present to the IBT is sent to the membership, and if it is passed, that template of bylaws changes, you will notice. Yeah, you haven't all read that, I know that.
Thank you for letting us know that.
I'm sorry.
What do we do between now and then
What about?
on due dates for motion? Well, but we have,
Okay,
Still had one second.
well,
would you like me to, I can read, I can,
because we do have intentions of having a spring IBT meeting,
right?
Can this,
and in the
Summer.
bylaws currently, it just.
Okay. I thought that we were not going to do that, but I can go back and pull it out of the bylaws.
I mean, it just might be easier for you to go ahead and do this without, because these two are gonna be on you about it.
Well, let me just read the motion and we can decide whether it's going to be on the table or not. Okay, this one is titled, it was letter D, was titled Motions Due Date to Headquarters for Publication. This motion simplifies the timeline for the International Board of Trustees agenda items to be submitted to headquarters. Motion, I move in WBCC Bylaws Article 13, Board of Trustees, Section 3 and Section 4, Parts A through C be deleted and a new Section 3 be inserted. In Section 4, insert a new Part A and re-letter Part D. Okay. Purpose, the impact of this motion clarifies the submission timeline for reports and motions to be submitted as agenda items for any International Board of Trustees meeting. The impact is to provide agendas that reflect the content of any meeting in a timely manner. Background, previously there were multiple dates or timelines for submission of agenda items leading to conflict with headquarters. To clarify this, a single timeline is established by this motion. There's no financial impact in keeping Lori sane. So the motion reads as follows. Article 8, Section 3 and 4. Section 3, the preparatory seminar and IBT meetings may be combined for each Board of Trustees meetings. Section 4, in order to facilitate early distribution of the meeting agenda for the advance notice of the board members, all agenda items should be submitted as follows. A, headquarters, 30 days prior to any board meeting. B, no bylaws changes, only amendments to policy and routine matters may be from the floor. That's essentially it.
Right. Original 60 days, and we're changing this to 30.
We changed it to 30 days.
Right, which is what we want.
Yeah, right.
Anybody have any questions or comments?
So are we not pulling this?
I'm sorry.
Yes, we're not pulling it.
We're not pulling it now. Okay, thank you.
We're not gonna pull this, right?
If you read the template for the bylaws changes for Eric's motion, you'll find it's in there, but I will pull it out of there.
Thank you.
You're forgiven. This time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Karen?
Other questions?
Karen Fisher, International, third Vice President. Tom, I know you do a ton of work and keeping all this straight and cross-referenced properly is probably a nightmare, but your report doesn't match the motions you're presenting, so you might want to update your report. We've got 3. Sorry, my mistake. I was reading what was previously approved. Never mind, my mistake. I just tried to match those up with this and thinking. I guess I'm confused.
There's, this is an inside and a little bit funny, but I have 7 wives.
Too much information.
7 wives, and each one of them has their own specialty. What it is that they can find. It may be commas. It could be, I didn't capitalize something. What the hell are you trying to say? So I respect all of them. And believe me, Karen is one of them. Okay, because they find things that I simply missed.
Any other questions or comments? Any of his wives? Okay, then, we should be all set. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
And one of his wives also.
Hey, whatever.
Okay, the next one is, Kathy Geesey, right? Motion 3 from Kathy Geesey. Just make sure your mic's turned on, okay?
Kathy Geesey, President Region 10. My motion is an amendment of the current policy in regards to COVID vaccinations. A little history on this. The current policy states that the proof of COVID vaccination or exemption from vaccination may not be used as a prerequisite for attendance at any official ACI/WBCCI event. I was approached by a number of people to present this motion because there's been some unintended consequences of that motion. It's particularly been troublesome for a lot of the caravan leaders and some of the rally leaders as well. I think it has been perceived as a mandate of sort, and I think we have recently seen some legal precedent by our Supreme Court that bodies like ours should not be mandating things down to the lower levels, that those decisions should be made by the leaders that are responsible for the health and safety of their members, who know the details about the specific venues they're attending, any problems that are going to be there that would not be known to the board overall. So what my proposal is saying is that I move that the ACI/WBCCI ratify an amendment to the current COVID policy to return that authority, so to speak, to executive committees at the international, local club and inter-club levels and the designated leaders of national rallies and caravans, the authority to set the policies for their specific events, including vaccination policy for those events under their immediate jurisdiction. I neglected to say Eric McHenry is a co-writer of this, and I thank you very much, but I've had tons of feedback from a lot of people, both in this room and not in this room, about it, that just feel very strongly that we entrust our leaders of our caravans, of our rallies, and even our executive committees of our clubs within our region. And I know that there are, I've had a conversation with Matt, who does not want to mandate or does not want to be, I'll let him speak what I'm going to, but I'll let him speak to his own position. One of the feedback that I got that Lori sent out was somebody said, well, gee, what if a rally leader comes up and says, I'm allergic to dogs, so nobody coming to this can bring a pet. Well, the free market does work. I'm a big proponent of it. If somebody's going to do a rally and says, you can't bring dogs, you're either going to get 20 people or 20 trailers that come that say, yeah, we want to go to a rally without dogs, we're all allergic. And what's wrong with that? Or you're going to get somebody that says, nobody's coming to this, and it's not going to happen. So the rally's going to fill or it doesn't. I just don't think we need to mandate what we have mandated. I think we need to get rid of that and replace it with let the people, let the executive committees make those decisions. And Eric, since you're a co-sponsor, I know you'll have some things to jump up as well.
Yeah, thanks, Kathy. And last year in Lebanon, we as a body enforced a policy that was in much different times. COVID has changed all of our lives. And what we've seen, I'll speak for over, we've traveled across the country from California through all the states in between out here driving, is that the local groups have different perspectives. As Kathy said, they understand the rates, the risk tolerance, whatever, and they make different decisions along the way. I know for a fact that some clubs would prefer to, the executive committees of some clubs would prefer to have stronger mandates because their members want it. to make them feel safe as rallies. Some clubs absolutely do not. What I love about the way that Kathy has architected this is that, as she says, it gives that decision down to the governing bodies, elected bodies. So in this case, it would be the Executive Committee of Greater Bay Area Airstream Club to decide which, if any, rallies they require proof of vaccination or proof of negative COVID test. Some Oregon club or some Minnesota club may have a different perspective, but it gives them that ability because they know their members better than we do. And so I think it's great. I also just want to say kudos for Kathy. And one of the things that we talked about earlier this morning is that this group is really about all of us. And for you to bring forth the motion and do all the work in advance of it, talking to her peers is fantastic. I hope we see more of that because that's the way this board should work.
Okay, anybody else with a comment or question?
Go ahead. I'll go after you.
Sorry, Matt, read 6. I think the approach that the club took last year during International Rally is a proper approach to follow the state and local guidelines. I think if you get too deep into the weeds here, you're opening Pandora's box on somebody being the COVID police person and the particular club saying, well, you're not welcome on our rally because you haven't had 3 shots or you're not wearing your mask, so we're going to ask you to leave. I mean, I know that sounds absurd, but it could easily roll into that, human nature being what it is. So my position is we should stay with what the club decided at the International Rally last year, and I think it was a good approach. I think it's the right answer.
Tom, you got a question?
So this was my wife and my 10th, well, she'll say 8, but I'll say 10 years of hosting or co-hosting the parade rally in Pasadena. Last year too, by the way, we retired from it. Now, we received communication from the city of Pasadena. This had nothing to do with CDC, didn't have anything to do with the state. It had to do with the city of Pasadena. You were not going to go up into a grandstand unless you were vaccinated and you would wear a mask. Now, under the policy as existed for WBCCI, we couldn't say you can't, but we did do, and that's what this basically allows you to do, is we informed our members who were signed up for the Rose Parade Rally that these were the conditions for them to participate in the activities. Now, we only had one couple backed out. It wasn't so much because of that, but it was because they were bringing their 85 or 95-year-old mother with them to attend, and they didn't want to expose her to the situation. We simply communicated that to them and said, fine, you certainly can come, but you will not be going into the grandstand, which is the reason why you're here to see the parade, because the city of Pasadena won't allow you to do that. So we used that as opposed to my saying, although I probably would have said, you really need to be vaccinated to be here. But we used that as a tool to make sure that the people who were there were vaccinated and
Go ahead, Karen.
Karen Fisher, International Third Vice President. And I support that. That was where, even in our original policy, we said, go with your local guidelines. What I wouldn't support is if Pasadena hadn't come forward and said you needed a vaccination for Tom and the rest of his co-hosts to come forward and say, if you're coming to this rally, you have to be vaccinated. So I guess what I'm saying, I prefer the original policy, not allowing our leaders, co-hosts, whomever, executive committees to set rules that go beyond what local requirements may be.
Okay.
Off for a second. Feels better. Can you hear me? John Becker, I'm the Caravan Committee Chair of the Four Corners Unit, and should be in 2023, one of the co-leaders on the Southwest Adventure National Caravan. A little bit of background. The prior policy was put in place before we had Delta, and now we have Omicron, and both of them have been very different. And what I did was, after the policy was put in place, I made sure that as the caravans finished during the fall, I went through a debrief process with just about every set of caravan leaders. I didn't, and I also encourage them, if they have a point of view, Ty has an open door policy, and I think you've heard from some of the leaders, both for and against, that this would be, and I very much encourage them to call Ty. I know one of them, Ty warned me, one of them warned me that Ty asked, I didn't do a huge Zoom call because with 50 people, it's very hard to avoid organized chaos. The other thing is that, there are some very vocal caravan leaders that tend to dominate the discussion. And I wanted to hear from everybody because they might say some things to me in private that they wouldn't say in front of 50 other peers. First of all, I would say for the caravans that ran after the last policy, there was a wide range of experiences. I would tell you that some people said this wasn't an issue at all. People never really talked about COVID. People followed the local rules. We didn't have anybody get sick that we knew about. Others, you did have people getting sick on a caravan. There's also a wide range of view of what to do. And in some cases, the leadership team of a caravan, they feel different things. Even some married couples feel some different things. And so you got to realize there's a wide range of experiences and a wide range of views on what we ought to do. And some people have changed their minds more than once. Some people right after the caravan came back and said, I agreed with the policy from Lebanon, but I ran a caravan and now I wish I could have mandated vaccination before that caravan. And then they changed their minds again and said, well, maybe it's just too hard to be the police, et cetera. What seems to be common though is a majority of them feel this should be their call and it ought to be based on the activity that they're going to lead. And my feeling is there's a big difference between a Thursday evening to Sunday morning rally where you may not even know that someone has gotten sick before the rally is over, and taking 50 to 60 people to a remote area of the country and doing it for 7 weeks, which is what you do on Southwest Adventure. And I think you can't, hopefully Ken Johansson is still on the call. We, not too many years ago, had an international rally in Farmington, New Mexico. The governor had to call out the National Guard because the hospital there was overwhelmed between the combination of cases and the combination of hospital staff being ill with COVID. And so you can't, when you're on a long caravan to remote areas, you can't count on, well, if I have somebody who does get ill, vaccinated or not, that I can get them and help get them medical services. And I think, for a lot of the leaders, they care about the health and safety of the people who were on the caravan. I got permission from one leadership team when they had to send out their cancellation letter. I got permission to read just an excerpt from the letter to this group. And I asked them, could I do it? And their third paragraph is, before they say, it is with tears and sorrow that we've had to cancel our caravan. This was made in the USA. And they said, our primary concern is that everyone is kept safe and in good health, and it's become harder to do. And it is, I will tell you, in the field, it's also hard to follow the local rules, because if you really want to follow the local rules, if somebody in your group of 50 is positive, well, that person is supposed to isolate. Well, what do you do when you're going to move on to the next group, et cetera? So I think that so I support letting them make that call. I think there's a very big difference between the short 9-day caravan that is smidge of the ridge, where you're not that far away from hospital help, and some of the caravans that go to more remote areas. For 4 of the caravans, you could argue it's a moot point, because if you're a United States citizen, you're not going to be able to go to Alaska. You're not going to be able to go to Canadian Rockies or Northern Lights and Polar Bear or Viking, which I hope to go on next year, unless you show proof of vaccination. And I think I know there have been a lot of objections of having different people making different decisions, but I think you get different decisions based on the nature of the activity, and that I would trust the caravan leaders to make those decisions. And I think there's always a risk that you have somebody, because I've had some of the caravan leaders say, well, you know, somebody could just say they gave the same dog example, et cetera. I'm going, well, I always have to deal with stuff that are weird exceptions where somebody makes a decision. I could easily argue that I fully expect during my tenure that at some point in time, I'll get some protest over a prayer that was not non-denominational, you know, and we just have to deal with those as they come and try and be practical. So I'm happy to take any questions or further comments, but that's just what I wanted to share with the group in terms of what I did since the Lebanon meeting. Yes, Kathy.
Thank you, and I appreciate your perspective because you have way more experience in this. I'm just going on people that have contacted me and talked to me. But I think the really important thing is we are not mandating anything. We are not saying you have to do this, you have to do that. We really are, if you're in an area where, or you're running a rally, myself, I've got a great example. I do a kite festival every year out on Long Beach Peninsula. We ride bikes, we have a great time, we're out watching the kites. There's nothing, nobody's inside on anything like that. I would never say anything about vaccines. On the other hand, you know, we have people that do things that involve lots of close, well, public transportation, where everybody jams together on a bus and goes somewhere. So I think just putting that decision back, and if we can't trust our leaders, we're doing something wrong here. We've got the wrong leaders. We need to be able to trust the caravan leaders and our executive committees of our local clubs. And if we can't do that, there's a bigger problem.
Yeah, and I went through and polled and asked people, you know, and while the majority agree, yes, it should be their call, not everybody would require anything. You know, a lot of people have said the current policy is just fine. They also like the quote unquote air cover that following local rules gives them. So right now in New Mexico, there's an indoor mask mandate. Well, if you're on a caravan through New Mexico and you don't like it, well, that was the governor and the health department's decision, not my decision as a caravan leader. And we will try and follow them. So I don't think it's going to happen everywhere. And as I mentioned, in some cases, it's a moot point.
Anybody else with a comment or question? Come on up to the thing. We'll go ahead. Andy first.
My thought on this is I like the current policy that we have. I think we've got something that's there that works. I am not in favor of changing this and letting it go down to the lowest level, because my greatest fear is that Ty decides that he wants to have nothing but a certain kind of dog at his rally. And he has, if we grant this, you have that decision to make, and you can do that. And I think that sets us up to discriminate against all kinds of people in all kinds of ways. It's probably not going to happen, but I think you open up Pandora's box and let it happen. I think the policy that we have right now works very well, and I am not in favor of this motion.
Thank you, Andy. Matt Hackney.
Matt Hackney, Southeastern Camping Unit and North Alaska Caravan Leader in 2022. Let me first state that the club prides itself on having only 2 classes of members with respect to the local club, but with respect to the international club, 1 class of member, and that is regular member. And the club places no limitations on their participation in activities. What you're asking to do here is to give the ability to an individual group or leader to establish a policy that sets a different class of membership. And you say, well, this is different. This is for their own good. This is for their health. But I could say the same thing about the flu shot, the periodic flu shot. I could say the same thing about other potential communicable diseases, but we don't do that. So I believe that if Exhibit 2 stopped with the first sentence and said, the Airstream Club urges all regions, clubs, and intra-clubs follow their local health and safety guidelines, including COVID guidelines for any gatherings, rallies, or caravans, and stop there, I believe it accomplishes the purpose. I don't believe that individual leaders need to be put in the position of enforcement, nor would I want as an individual leader to be responsible for directing or informing someone. It's bad enough as it is, informing someone who's been on the standby list to go to Alaska since 2015, that because they don't meet a requirement I put in place, they can't go. It's bad enough I'm having to transmit to them some pretty onerous requirements to cross into Canada. But I do not want to be responsible for telling them that their dream of going to Canada or to Alaska is not going to happen because of something I put in place. Thank you.
Region 11. Good. You have this-
Yeah,
no, you have
Jerry
it up
was up
next.
first.
You have it up next.
Jerry was up next.
Are you asking me to comment? Oh, I've been, Balloon Fiesta, I run Balloon Fiesta, and it has their state requirements, as John mentioned. And so we follow those. And when I voted on this, my comment was a yes back in Lebanon, with the understanding that local control or local policy dictates. That's my comment.
Okay. Go ahead, Terry.
Let's talk. Oh, Terry Warren, International Membership Chair and Oregon Airstream Club member. I actually support this position that you've taken. I know it's there's a lot of pushback here. I think it's particularly important for the caravan leaders because they can be in very remote places. And I think that if they have an unvaccinated person who becomes ill, that could really make it very difficult for that group of people. So I think you're right. The local rallies are not as urgent. If you're going to arrive on a Thursday, leave on a Sunday, you've got plenty of time to get help. But as a nurse practitioner, I see that people who are in remote places may well be put in jeopardy. So I support your policy.
Region 11 first, and then you're next after that, sir.
Yeah, Stephen Parr, First Vice President, Region 11. Just a little background, thanks to the VA and Walgreens, I'm fully vaccinated and boosted. I also wear an N95 mask. But as somebody, I agree with the motion, but as someone looked at the legal ramifications of letting a local leader in the Airstream Club versus a government entity telling us what to do. Like, in other words, I follow the recommendations of caravan leader, come down with COVID, get long-term COVID. And I say, wait, I was following this guy's or this gal's recommendation, which doesn't match what the CDC guidelines or the local guidelines were. Do I want to sue now the Airstream Club for giving me the wrong medical advice? Sure.
Joe Baum, President and Spirit of Virginia Club. I have 2 points I'd make against this motion. I think one is I can see when it was first talked about and written, probably made a little bit more sense. As the facts are now emerging, it's pretty clear, and everybody, including the CDC, acknowledges that the vaccines do not prevent you from getting COVID, just you don't get bad COVID. So it's a real plus, and the vaccinated people also can transmit. So it doesn't stop transmission. It doesn't stop you from getting it. Generally speaking, the only person who's hurt by not being vaccinated is the person who's not vaccinated, because he or she runs the risk of getting a much worse case, right? So I think we're kind of fighting the last war, and that's becoming more and more clear even in the last month as the data comes in. So I think you're fighting the wrong battle here. I also, going back to the conversation around cover, I think it's kind of the international's job to set kind of the policies on these things. I understand the caravans are kind of an interesting case, and maybe that needs to be a carve out specifically for the caravans. But for every little club doing every little rally, this is going to cause a lot of squabbling, family disputes, and bad feelings, and hurt the health of the clubs. I know it is. I mean, you can see it coming, that it's going to cause a lot of discord. It's okay for them to be mad at us, you guys, you know. That's part of the executive committee's job, is provide the cover, so we're not creating a lot of squabbles at the local level. So those are 2 points I hadn't heard yet that I wanted to put on the table.
Thank you. Anybody else? RJ?
RJ speaking as a regular member, not a board member. So I absolutely can't support this for the reason Andy's given and many other people have given. But I got one more thing to add to it is requiring this can be considered a HIPAA violation. In my eyes, that card that we have has got sensitive medical information. And if you require a copy of that card, I'm giving you sensitive medical information or access to it if it falls in the wrong hands. That's about it.
Okay, Per, and then Kathy, you'll be next after that.
I'm with second, Big International. I can understand that some feel that by introducing this, we could present members with frustration, and there could be squabbles at various levels because of it. But I can also see that those who feel that we don't have it choose to vote with their feet and simply don't participate. That is a silent group that is not served with the absence of this option. This doesn't mean that the local clubs have to put something in place, but at least it gives them the option. And I think of our club as a big mosaic of small little clubs, and I see nothing wrong with one club establishing a policy that requires proof of vaccination for participation, whereas a sister club chooses not to do it, and members are free to float. Thank you.
Go ahead, Kathy.
And actually, I'm going to put Terry on the line here because I've heard that HIPAA does not apply unless it's, yeah, you explain it.
HIPAA was established to regulate communication between healthcare providers and about patient information, not one person to another that is not a healthcare provider. So we have read on this. It doesn't apply in this situation, that it would be a HIPAA violation. Also, I don't know that we're requesting to see vaccination cards. I think we're asking people if they've been vaccinated. So, but HIPAA isn't a factor here.
Thank you, Terry. Kathy?
So I've been listening and, okay. What I do have a question on, and I don't have in front of me your current policy versus yours. I do understand the differences. If I am leading a caravan into Canada, and I also have not led caravan, so I'm not sure of the process, is there any quickness of getting over the border or any benefit to that leader to be able to have that information and be able to process through whatever steps they have in place if that leader has that information? For example, they often ask for our national parks pass. They ask for our copies of them, or do you have it or not? That is so that they can get you in and out quicker. Is there any advantage one way or the other to get through the borders with, you got 25 trailers and you're getting from one side to the other with all these rules, all these people. So you're going through and all of a sudden you come to somebody and he wasn't able to find out whether that person had been vaccinated. They may have signed all the papers saying they had, but they get there and they don't have their card. This whole caravan is now, you know, most of them, they go on and that person stops. But is there any advantage to allowing him, that her, him, her, them, to collect this information? You know, that's just a question to throw out there, another twist that hasn't come up. Thank you.
And Matt, I is probably about to say the same thing that I'm going to say with respect to Canada. We've been very clear to everybody who has to cross the border. It is up to you to, and we give them all the websites to make sure that you are in compliance with Canadian requirements to cross the border. And we have also said, if you don't get across, not just due to this, but if you have too much alcohol in your trailer and the Border Patrol agent is having that kind of a day, you can be denied entry. You can be denied entry for a firearms regulation violation. There's a number of things. And what we have said is, if you are, it is your responsibility to cross the border in compliance with Canada's rules. And if you don't make it, you're on the hook for any non-recoverable costs, because there's no way, you know, Matt or another leader can find a replacement in 24 hours for a caravan that, you know, when I go to Viking, it's my job to get across the border. So for things like that, you have to deal with the foreign government and their requirements. And it's more than just a COVID vaccination that can hang you up. And it's your problem if you're stuck.
Again, one more thing, if I could. Matt Hackney, North Alaska Caravan Leader. So in a communique that my folks are about to get, there are a couple other requirements for crossing the border, which came into being as a direct result of the Omicron variant. And those currently would make my caravan unrunnable. They will treat our group once we are together as a cohort, which means when we re-enter Canada, we will be subject to random testing, Omicron requirement, and we will have to have a 14-day quarantine plan available, Omicron requirement, and they could choose to treat our entire cohort based on the results of a single or multiple random tests at the border. So while they will treat each individual at the border with their own information, giving them whether or not they may be enter Canada, right now they will treat us both as individuals and as a group. And so it's still pretty murky about whether I can go. I'm fairly confident that things will evolve significantly by the spring, and I do expect to go, but I do not want to carry all of that information on all of these individuals. I am conveying the requirements, as John already mentioned, to all the participants. And if they fail to qualify or fail to follow the requirements, I'm sorry. I will recover any costs I can recover, but I will not reimburse unrecovered costs.
Just so Kathy understands, when you go across the border, Kathy, you cross on your own. After you get there and form as a group, then there's another regulation that kicks in as a group. Okay, so does that make sense to you now?
That could be Mexico or any.
Yes. Okay, I have somebody on the line, which is Hal Hendricks.
All right, now can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I'm Hal Hendricks, Oregon unit. My wife and I have been in the club 12 years now, and we've hosted between us probably 40, 30, somewhere around 40 rallies we've hosted. We have another 35, the Oregon unit has another at least 35 rallies planned for this year, and we're looking for hosts. I'm not sure this is an issue, but there was an event that occurred last year. We had a rally, and one of the members, at least one, I think they outed themselves, was not vaccinated. We were following protocols, mask, distancing, and everything else. But to say, I wouldn't say they were shunned, but to say if it was not awkward, I don't know how else to describe it. So it made them uncomfortable. Well, I think it made them uncomfortable. It certainly made other members uncomfortable. And that's just another issue. And as far as HIPAA, I agree with my wife, Terry, and there's plenty of examples of HIPAA requirements. I mean, not HIPAA, but the vaccine mandates requiring proof of registration. And in fact, we went to a concert and everybody had to show the registration card or their vaccination card before they could enter the building. So HIPAA is not an issue. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'll get to
Tom? You'll be up to Tom.
Larry Madden, Region 6.
Larry, hold on 1 minute. Tom's first, then you.
Tom Smithson, and I'm speaking as a member. I had the occasion to go to Europe last year and do a river cruise. Number one, we could not go unless we were vaccinated. We had to show proof of vaccination. Every one of the 6 countries which we went into, we had to show proof of vaccination. Now, that's one part of the issue. The other part of the issue is that the card which you carry, I carry one in my wallet, which has my vaccination history on it, provides nothing other than my name and the fact that I've been vaccinated and the dates that I've been vaccinated. We were required numerous times to show that card in order to go into a building. This is the same thing that could occur in a caravan. You may be required on a caravan as a part of your activities. You want to go into a museum, for example. Where's your card that shows that you are vaccinated? If you don't have one, that's an activity you're not going to participate in. And we had that situation a number of times. I ran into that kind of a situation a number of times on our trip in Europe. And most certainly that can happen here. If I want to go to the theater, I have season tickets to a number of theaters in Sacramento, and all of them require that I show that card every time I walk in the door. I have to show that card and I have to wear a mask. I don't have a problem with that. I think it's just good common sense. I'm not thinking so much about myself. I'm trying to think about the other people who are around me. And I think that that's our responsibility as citizens of this country, to think of not about ourselves, but to think of those around us. For example, those people who refuse to get vaccinated because, well, whatever the reason is, to me, are very irresponsible. They are not thinking about anyone other than themselves. And we have an obligation to think about our neighbors, our fellow members in this club. And I think it's important that we have the option to have some sort of, I don't want to call it enforcement, but at least a statement coming from leaders that you have to have X, Y, or Z in order to participate. Thank you.
Larry Madden.
Larry Madden, Region 6. To Terry's comment about they didn't think they were asking for cards, it's a very good point. And the motion's not clear on that, but the motion says that rallies and caravans the authority to set health and safety policies, including vaccination policies for rallies and caravans under their jurisdiction. So Kathy, could you clarify if you would be asking for a COVID card? Proof of vaccination is a better word.
I'll give you an example. Our region rally is coming up, and the one of the activities on it is a whale watching cruise. They are requiring a proof of vaccination, and on our job form, we had a place where they could upload a picture of their card just to expedite loading. So yes, we did ask for cards for that.
Right. Just have one little thing. It's Tom's remark. And I think this vaccination thing is a personal thing, and I agree that I'm vaccinated with a booster and my regular flu shot and shingle shot and Prevnar 13 shot. And I've had anthrax shots. I've had every shot imaginable, so I'm good with it. But that's me. There are people who have religious exemptions for this shot for their discontent that the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine, they do not have fetal tissue in them, but they were in the process of developing the vaccine, fetal tissue was used, and the Johnson & Johnson does have fetal tissue in it. So those folks, if you have somebody who, example, wants to go to Alaska and says, well, I have a religious exemption, now is the person who's in charge of that going to say, well, I got to see a vaccine card, or does that exemption work for you, or where are we at there? That's what I'm saying about Pandora's box. we're opening a rat's nest here. And I really think the current policy we have is the most livable policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry. Darlene Caldwell on Zoom.
Good afternoon, everyone. Darlene Caldwell, Region 10. I'd just like to point out that we're going back and looking at the motion, and the motion is advising the rally host or the caravan leader the options to look at what's happening locally. As we've seen with Omicron, it's changing daily. As Matt pointed out, it's changed drastically in the last 2 months. And who knows what's going to happen in the next month. So our decisions need to be made by the people who are there, looking at all the details. We're running an international operation here, and we have to be aware of circumstances and locations dictate exactly what needs to be done on the location that they're planning to go to. And one issue is all the requirements to get to an area. The second issue is if hospitals cannot accept people in the area you're in trouble if you do need medical support. And people need to be aware of that. And the only people who can dictate or review those circumstances is someone who's on the ground heading to a location, and you're looking at the little towns along the way. If you're in, you name it, Elbrook, Saskatchewan, and the hospital is closed because of COVID, you're going to be in trouble if you break your ankle. And those things need to be considered by the people who are running those caravans or running those rallies. Thank you.
See, Hedda.
Hedda Smithson, retired hobo queen. Tom's first wife, and I don't know who 6th and 7th are. I'm gonna throw a little wrench into this. Long ago, we were good friends with people who were caravan leaders, and it was shared with me that they shared with one another. And if you're a jerk and you don't follow directions, you aren't allowed. They just say, oh, well, you're on the wait list. You're way down here. Sorry. It may not be true now, but it was true then. So if you are a pill, you're not going to get to go on a caravan. That's what I've heard. Okay. So end of comment.
Okay, anybody else? Eric?
Yeah, so I remember when the first day and I wanted to run for international office, someone told me that where that means you have to stop thinking at the local level, start to think about the club as a whole. And it's hard to do because we live at our local level. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that of our 106 local clubs, some would prefer, because their members would prefer, to make proof of vaccination a requirement to attend. So again, we live in California, obviously. We've heard some of the stories already. Let me tell you another one that's actually very personal to me. So I'm on the board of an observatory. And we follow the local regulations. It came to a point where our board decided that we would require proof of vaccination or proof of negative test to be able to come to our events. Our attendance went up. Our public attendance went up. And we asked people, and we asked our docents, and they said, yeah, people feel safe. They're going to come out and come to the observatory because they know that everyone they interact with is vaccinated. That is a local issue in Sonoma County, California. They're on the observatory, which that local group made that decision, and it was the right decision. It was also consistent with local regulations as well, but above that. And so I would ask this board that no matter what you think, or what when your local area thinks, keep in mind there are other local clubs that have very, very different perspectives on this. And that their members would sometimes like the ability to have what they would consider a rally or an event that constrained by people being vaccinated. So this is not about dogs. I appreciate that you were regularly irritated when this is not about dogs. This is not about that at all. That is just a detour in the conversation. This is about vaccination and some of our members' interests. It's come loud and clear from some of the regions, from some of the clubs, that their members want that. It's also come loud and clear that other local clubs don't want that. I think that's okay. That's frankly why I really supported the way Kathy architected this, was that it gives back what we used to call local control or stage control to the people that understand it better. There is not a legal issue on this. I think everyone knows that most public safety, public service employees must be vaccinated or show proof of vaccination. That's been in effect for 6 months now, nationwide, probably 3 months. It's been in effect for hospitals. So it's not a legal issue. This is really about what the members of the local club want. That's my encouragement to this board when we vote on it, that don't think about your club. Think about the people that you may not know and their local people who probably know their club better than you do on what their members want. That's my comment on that.
I'm going to make a comment on this. I'm in an area in the New England states where the states are small and you can get hit a fairground or a campground that has 2 to 3 rallies going on a weekend. Okay. So by giving this back to the local caravan leaders or rally leaders, what happens when you have one rally that says we need vaccination cards and we have a rally that comes into the same campground and those people don't need vaccination cards? How are we going to tell our members that they can't socialize on those 2 rallies because we have 2 rallies in the same spot? That's my biggest concern. By going the local and state guidelines and the country regulations we're going into, it keeps it straight across the board for everybody to be able to participate and keep things going. So go ahead, Kathy Geethy, and then I have Jim Cock on the line after you.
I would say in that specific circumstance, people that want to attend rallies, we really are discriminating against people now that want to be in a rally where everybody's vaccinated, because we're telling them we can't do that. So I would say that those people that are attending those are not going to want to commingle with people that are not. I had a very impassioned email yesterday from the vice president of the largest club in my region. And she said, please, please, please let us make these decisions. We are an older group. We have so many people that are either undergoing chemotherapy or they've had transplants or whatever. As our club, we all want to be able to continue to rally with other people that are vaccinated, and this is prohibiting us from doing so. So I told her I would bring her, thank you, Diane, for listening. I would bring that position up, that again, we're not telling anybody, I'm not saying to anyone that you're mandated to do this or that. Trust your leadership to make the decisions based on what their members want.
Okay, go ahead, Jim Cock.
All right, thank you. Jim Cock, member, Carolina's Airstream Club. I would welcome the opportunity for there to be 2 rallies in the same geography, and one declared that it was a COVID protections rally. I would welcome that opportunity. I can't think of a better choice to have for me. I would definitely eschew going to one that did not have protections enforced or even recommended. To use your specific example, I would attend your rally instead if you said we were vaccination required or full mask and vaccination or what have you. We're at our age, and I'm a healthy person, thank God, but at our age, we are vastly concerned about our health and the health of our families. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Anybody else on this? Bill Wild.
Probably won't like me for this one, but I think that everybody in this room and everyone online has already determined what their position on this is. I don't think that any of this conversation is going to change the mind of any individual here. The only way we're gonna, it's good that we're able to speak what we're thinking. That's what we do, is we are open with each other and we respect each other's opinions. But only the vote is going to tell us what the majority of this club really feels. And one group is going to be happy and one group is going to be unhappy. We can talk about this, and you let it go as long as you like, Mr. President, but we can talk about this until the cows come home and the vote is still going to work out the same way.
Thank you.
Jan, her name's
Yeah.
Jan. Jan.
Okay.
I did it.
Can't read that part.
Can I? I'm Jan Heavner, Region 6, First VP. I have very mixed emotions about this. On one hand, I wish everybody was vaccinated. I wish everybody was protected. We all come together and it's a beautiful world. We don't have to worry. But guess what, y'all? It's not. There's people out here that are vaccinated. They're getting this this new variant every day. They're saying it's a matter of time before we all get it, whatever. I don't feel that stating that you have to be vaccinated is going to change it. I wish that people that did come to these rallies or they did play with us, yes, they were, but they're not. And they're probably not going to be at this point. If they haven't by now, they're not. But how long does this stay into effect? 5 years from now, 10 years from now, are we still calling this rule that if you haven't had a vaccination, or is it going to be another one that's coming down the pike? It just keeps going on and on and on. You can have a rally where everybody's vaccinated and then 5 people out of it are going to come down with it before the caravan's over. There's no rhymes, there's no rules, there's no solution. It's just be diligent. Keep your head on, wear a mask such as I am right now. All this stuff, you just got to protect yourself because we're all adults. We all need to take care of ourselves. And, if somebody doesn't want to, and they go on a rally and they can't participate because the rules of the local club or the state, city, CDC comes up, they sit at home. They've paid for a big rally, but they sit in their camper while everybody else has fun. But they have to understand this when they leave home. But I really, really don't think we need to change it other than follow state, local, government and CDC rules. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one quick closing comment, because I do probably agree with you, Bill, but just a piece of information, as some of you probably know, last spring I dealt with what was close to a train wreck, where we had a caravan leader who announced and sent out to all the participants that he requires everyone to show a vaccination card at the rendezvous point. And subsequently, I had to speak with him and say that, or her, you never know who it was. I basically had to tell them that it was not in line with club policy and that I didn't see the letter before it went out, that the leader either needed to rescind the letter or I was going to have to fire the leader, and only half jokingly. And the leader said, well, I'll just resign. In the leader's view, the safest way to operate the caravan was if everybody, was vaccinated on the caravan. What we told everyone when we announced the change to be in line with the policy that was approved at Lebanon, was if you wanted a full refund because of this, then you could have one. And there were 4 or 5 out of 22, 23 rigs that backed out and said, I wanted to go on a caravan where everyone was fully vaccinated and I'll take my refund. Thank you very much. Now, we were very lucky that 2 participants on the caravan stepped up and said, we want to run this. We want to be leaders. Ray Combs and trained them up very quickly. And so the caravan did run with a reduced group. But I think it speaks a little to what Jim said and some others have said. We probably have a very high vaccination rate in the club, but we also probably have people who would be interested in going to an event where, and when Larry asked the question, basically, the letter that was sent out, as well as draft letters that other caravan leaders have sent me that I've said, don't send this out until this motion is either approved or not approved. It basically what they say is at the rendezvous point, we want to see your vaccination card. That's what the leader last year asked and what leaders in the future would ask. So I just wanted to give you all that piece of information. And the good news is that the club members who stepped up to lead that caravan enjoyed their leadership experience enough that they're leading again this year. They're going to slightly revise it, et cetera, but thanks to them for stepping up, and they had a good enough experience with everybody that they're going to run. It's not the exact same route, but they're going to run a revised, but run the caravan again this year. And so in any case, I'm done.
Hello, I'm the Second League International. I'd like to comment on two threads that came up in the recent comments. One of them was that this might be here as a policy or as a rule 10 years from now. I surely hope that we're going to be beyond COVID. This particular motion only talks about COVID. It doesn't talk about other types of vaccination. And I think that, you know, if the circumstances would require it, I think other motions might surface, but they have to be considered individually. I only look at this one in the context of COVID. The other one was a comment about people's minds are largely set, perhaps prior to even getting into this conversation, and that this is not going to change anything. My hope is that what it does do is it opens our eyes to the differing opinions that does exist within the club. And maybe it develops a little bit of an understanding of differing points of view without necessarily agreeing. I don't think it means that you have to agree, but it just accept the fact that our club is a full mosaic and we have different positions on a variety of things, be it, you know, prayer at the table, you know, for meals and stuff like that. And this is one more thing along that path of giving the power down to the local level as far down. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth.
Beth Hackney, Southeastern Camping Unit, and I agree, I'm going to try to be brief. But once again, my concern is any one particular person setting a requirement. Sure, we can show our vaccine card, but they could say, well, you need to be boosted and you need to be boosted within the last so many months. I mean, how long does this go on? Like we said, it's never ending. And so to dictate requirements above and beyond what's available locally sets our club up for a lot of issues. So I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
I have talked to two caravan leaders, both of them on the same caravan, okay? One was for us changing the policy, and if it's not changed, he will resign. Another one that said leave the policy the same because they can function better without having the guilt of, we set this rules and regulations, instead of saying the state and local guidelines like the policy is set right now. So it's a tough decision and we gotta give it some serious thought, okay? We need to think clearly of not just of everybody has to be vaccinated. There are still going to be people that get sick on these remote caravans. Do we want to put that pressure on the caravan leader still, knowing that he required everybody to be vaccinated and someone got sick? Or do we want to leave it at the state and local guidelines so they don't feel the repercussions of their members? So it's something that everybody has to think about. And we'll be voting on that on Thursday. So does anybody else have any comments before we finish up with this? Because I'm sure you guys would all like to get out and do something. Okay, then.